The legendary Hollywood director. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, King vs King. Subscribe, vote. After this episode, on the big screen, Moss sent his wife Kara on a long-distance bus back to her parents' home because he was a little worried that the danger would affect his lover, not to mention that he was less likely to be restrained when he acted alone. Until this time, Moss was still very confident in handling all this. Then, Moss came to a hotel, chose room 138 to stay, and put the cash box deep in the ventilation duct. At the same time, Mushroomhead took Moss's home phone bill to look for clues. Because he frequently called a poser, he judged that this place was the place where Moss would go most. He picked up the phone and dialed it. Sure enough, the person who answered the phone was Moss's mother-in-law, one of the people Moss was closest to. At night, Moss bought a pair of boots from outside and found that a strange pickup truck was parked in the hotel. He was very alert and opened a new room, choosing room 85. In room 87, which was only separated by a few walls, the killer Anton was taking off his leather shoes. This hotel is the intersection of the roads of two nearby states, and it is also the place where he is most likely to know something. Before that, Anton asked the innkeeper with the photo and understood everything from his dodging gaze. Anton took the gas tank and shotgun and went straight to the room that had been booked. This was in line with his character. No more babbling, just doing it. So, the unlucky guys who met such a killer naturally had no good end. Anyone who couldn't answer was killed, and Ten didn't intend to leave anyone alive. After seeing the murder weapon, shot after shot, room after room, dark corridor, death came. At this moment, it completely became Anton's killing show. There were at least 4 or 5 dead people, and the whole floor was swept away by him. Ian couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Although he expected that there would be similar incidents in the development of the story, the neurotic nature of this indiscriminate attack still surprised him. The flashlight shone lonely, and in the room, an unlucky guy fell in the bathroom without any signs of life, and Anton was still reviewing what went wrong in his mind. Yes, Moss was still not found. Where did he go? If the eyes don't lie, he must have appeared here. Moreover, things seemed to be getting interesting. Like a hunter who encountered a less vulnerable prey, Anton began to be more interested in tracking Moss. As expected, Moss's vigilance saved his life again. He opened room 85 after Anton went upstairs, and he was not noticed from beginning to end. Moss had already used a pole to reach the cash box from the ventilation duct in the middle of killing, but when he was about to leave, he was still spotted by Anton. Because Moss called the front desk, and the boss was the first innocent person killed by Anton. At this moment, the two faced each other for the first time. In the quiet atmosphere, the door lock was opened by Anton with a gas tank. Just as he pushed the door open with a shotgun and opened a crack, he was interrupted by a shot from Moss. Then Moss jumped out of the window without looking back, but was forced back by Anton's shot at the moment he jumped down. Then on the street, Moss got into a taxi, but still couldn't escape Anton's pursuit. The driver died tragically, and Moss was also scratched by the glass fragments hit by the bullets. But Moss had experience in gunfights after all. At the corner, he stopped the car urgently and tricked Anton, injuring Anton directly. Although Anton was injured and ran away in the end, the crisis was finally resolved. Moss drove to the border station and wanted to go to Mexico to avoid the limelight, so he hid the box in the bushes across the road, bought a jacket from a passerby, and pretended to be a drunk to deceive the border inspection. The next day, Moss woke up in the Mexican square, and Anton also needed treatment because of a gunshot wound. He went to the pharmacy and deliberately created an explosion at the door to attract everyone's attention, and then took the medicine he needed. After a series of hardcore local anesthesia to remove the shell, the policeman Ed finally found Kara at Moss's mother's house. He repeatedly emphasized the need to trust the government, and then told Kara a story about killing a cow. He said that in the past, slaughterhouses used hammers or guns to kill cows, but doing so would occasionally be injured by dying cows. Later, People thought of a way to paralyze cows, that is, using gas tank guns, and the cows died in a daze, and they had no time to think about whether to resist. What Ed wanted to explain was that the current murderer was killing people just like killing animals, without any humanity, but Kara still felt confused. Mondley was troubled by the investigators, and the existence of the murder case was simply a death warrant for him. As long as there was a little evidence leading to him, the situation would get out of control. So Jote hinted to Mondley that it would be better to simplify things. The simplified conclusion was that Monterey hired another group of people to finish the job. But this angered Anton, who felt that it was undoubtedly an insult to him that his employer gave him the task but did not believe he could complete it. So, this lawless madman drove to the mining group with a gun and started working without saying a word. With light and shadow, pauses, and fast shots, Monterey was shot to death by a shotgun. Many people thought Monterey deserved to die, but it happened unexpectedly in such an ironic way. The strange atmosphere slowly spread, and Jot sat on the chair with a trembling heart. 3 seconds ago, he was still discussing with Monterey how to deal with this crisis, and then he died. Deep in his heart, Jot felt for the first time that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, and his knowledge and connections could not help him at all. "Who are you?" Anton watched Monterey twitch for a while and gradually died, and asked, "Me? Yes. A nobody. I have nothing to do with him." Jot answered in a calm tone as much as possible. He found another group of people. Why? He thought he felt. The more people look for him. Too stupid. Anton interrupted. Just find a suitable person. He doesn't understand. "Are you going to kill me?" Jot asked. "It depends on the situation. Did you see me?" No. Bang. No matter which answer, the lawyer will die. If he didn't see it, he has no principles and will die. If he saw it, he will kill him and will die. The reason why he said some nonsense was just because Anton wanted to talk nonsense. On the other side, Kara took her mother to El Paso as Moss had instructed over the phone, but met an enthusiastic Mexican at the station. The Mexican seemed polite and sweet-mouthed, and in a few words, he got the agreed location of their trip from the old man. At the station, policemen had also learned the location from Kara, but when he rushed over, several Mexicans hurriedly fled from the hotel, yelling and running away in the car. Ed felt that something was wrong, and sure enough, in the hotel room, Moss fell in a pool of blood. Poor Moss had a back and forth with Anton, and the Kings fought, but he was stolen by several bronzes, and died inexplicably under the cold gun. The Mexican gangsters invited by Monterey killed Moss. At night, in the funeral home, Kara was heartbroken to learn that Moss had died, and Ed comforted her. Ed was in a bad mood. This feeling of being late and powerless was not good. After carrying the body to the morgue, Ed talked about this with the local fat policeman. He said that guns are rampant in this world, and there are shootings everywhere. The fat policeman agreed, but also talked about a clue, saying that 2 days after the hotel tragedy that day, someone destroyed the traces at the scene. This incident reminded Ed that he felt that the killer seemed to have the habit of returning to the crime scene. So he immediately drove to the hotel where the incident occurred. This time he was closest to catching Anton, just a wall away. During the confrontation, Anton escaped from the window. Ed, who was hit hard in the heart, and felt that it was his hesitation and fear that let Anton run away, went to his uncle to chat and relieve his troubles. Ed's uncle used to be a policeman, but he was seriously injured in his leg during a case, and retired because of inconvenience in movement. Ed took off his police hat and said that he wanted to retire. He was old, everything was out of control, and he was powerless. My uncle said, "What you have been through is nothing new. This country is very cruel to its people. The storm is coming, and you are powerless to stop it. The tide of the times will not wait for you to catch up. If you think this way, you can no longer change it." Chapter 652, Satisfaction, Subscriptions, Votes Required. After Moss died, Kara held a funeral for him. After the funeral, Kara returned home and found an unexpected guest sitting on the sofa in the living room. It was Anton. Because Anton had threatened Moss on the phone, saying that if you don't obey, he will kill your wife, and now it's time for him to fulfill his promise. He must do what he says. But before he did it, Anton took out another coin. He liked to play this game with an unpredictable sense of fate. But Kara didn't want to guess at all. She exposed Anton's self-righteous principles. The coin can't talk, it's just your idea. Then, Kara died. Anton drove away. The intersection ahead was red. He waited for a while, and when he saw the green light, he continued to move forward. But suddenly, a car accident happened. A car running a red light on the side hit Anton's car that obeyed traffic rules. Anton was hit so hard that his head was bleeding, and even his bones were exposed. He looked ahead in confusion, not knowing what he was thinking. I had a dream last night. I dreamed of a big mountain. My father and I walked forward. It was dark, and my father held a fire in his hand. No matter how dark and cold it was, the fire was very bright. Looking at it, I was not afraid at all. In the voiceover, Ed retired and sat at the dining table, laughing happily with his wife. The bright and clear picture was full of a relaxed atmosphere. The movie ended, the lights in the theater came on, and the end credits began to appear on the big screen, slowly rising. Ian sat quietly in his seat, in a good mood. This is an excellent work. A wonderful story always brings something. When you think about it carefully, many details are quite meaningful. Not to mention the screen characters created in it. The images are very full. For example, Anton, a killer with an ugly hairstyle and a cold expression, does things according to his own preferences. Anyone who hinders him and witnesses his crimes will die. If he needs to change cars, the car owner will die. If he guesses the coin incorrectly, he will die. Even if the hotel owner is dishonest, he will die. He doesn't even enjoy killing, but ignores all the rules of the world. Killing people is like killing animals, without emotion. In addition, he has a calm mind and strong fighting ability. Even if he is injured, he can heal himself. He is like a tiger and walks alone. If someone interferes with his affairs, he will be angry and kill his employer. Killers of this level are really extraordinary and impressive. There is also Hunter Moss, who is experienced and skillful, but what he may regret most in the end is that he hopes he has not seen those windfalls. And the old policeman Ed can be completely summarized as powerless. He is always one step behind. Perhaps as Anton said, if your rules and beliefs have brought you to this field, what is the use of your rules and beliefs? In the whole story, no one has a complete grasp of the situation. What is most attractive is that this film overturns all expected effects. That is, it is hard to figure out the plot development and accidents can happen at any time. For example, the confident Moss died at the hands of the Mexican gang, the mine owner died at the hands of the hired killer Anton, and Anton was hit by a car that ran a red light after killing Kara. If you can recognize this helplessness and desolation, you may understand the change in the world that policeman Ed complained about. This illusory sense of control was torn apart step by No Country for Old Men and couldn't help but let out a long breath, then stood up and applauded. Most people in the screening room did this. They were thanking the crew for bringing them a good movie. In fact, this is also a kind of atmosphere habit of the film festival. Just like the situation where the film is too bad or too boring, causing most of the audience to leave halfway. If the film is affirmed, applause is inevitable. This can also be considered encouragement. Lemon, Javier Bardem and others stood up and bowed to express their gratitude. As the applause became more and more enthusiastic, Javier could not help but secretly glance around the hall, feeling the gazes of the crowd, and felt refreshed. He was an actor, acting seriously, for a scene like this. His heart suddenly became hot, as if it fell from a high place, and then rose again, doing a back and forth movement, and he was so excited that he couldn't stand steadily. On the other side, the king of sunglasses looked at all this with a complicated mood. Or to say, seeing other people's works being supported by the audience, it was sour and a little exciting. I used to be like this, but now I can't produce good works. Alas, I'm still a little envious. As a director, I can understand the beauty of this accidental collision of passion and inspiration. At this moment, the atmosphere is so hot that it can't be overstated, which is also the best reflection of this situation. Lemon laughed heartily and enjoyed this moment. Although he has won a lot and experienced more, similar applause is still what he pursues, and it will never be boring. This is an inexplicable emotion, but it is a taste that all directors will indulge in. Once you have felt it, you will not want to let it go. After about a few minutes, the organizer came out to control the situation. After all, after the enthusiasm of the audience, it was still a curtain call. The next show was about to be screened, and the venue had to be vacated. After the audience left, Lyman and other main creators went to the conference hall next door to attend the press conference after the premiere. In fact, it is also a place to provide material topics for newspapers and magazines. Nearing the evening, no one wanted to waste time dragging their feet. As soon as they sat down, the media people in the audience raised their hands. Then, the host called a reporter from Cannes' local newspaper, Cannes Morning News. This is a 30-year-old woman wearing glasses. She took the microphone and asked with a slight southern accent, "Mr. Last, first of all, I want to say that No Country for Old Men is definitely another amazing work directed by you. Both the soundtrack and the narrative method have some innovations and changes compared with your previous films. However, I'm very curious about how you personally view your film in terms of conceptual plot design." Lyman waited for the other party to finish speaking before answering with a smile, "Thank you for your affirmation of the film. However, if you ask me how I view it, in a broad sense, I want to express the changes in the times and the changes in customs. Just like 20 years ago, we still chatted by letters. Waiting for each other's messages always made people crazy, but also infinitely beautiful. But now with the internet, we can contact distant places very quickly, and we can also know more about the lives of more people. The amount of information we receive every day is increasing. The lifestyle of the older generation and the lifestyle of the new generation have shown a kind of separation. But in fact, what I want to express more is a kind of disorder. Everyone wants to control their lives, but they can't. It is precisely because of the unknown and the confusion of not being able to see the road that life is exciting enough and people look forward to it. I don't know if you are satisfied with this answer." Lyman's humor caused a chuckle from the audience. There are always 1,000 different interpretations of a movie, just like reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Many people like to put themselves in the shoes of Ko, Zhao Yun, and Zhu Liang, but some people also put themselves in the shoes of Sima Yi. So there is no fixed answer to this question, and Lyman just laughed it off. Then, another reporter took the microphone. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be Spanish. Sure enough, he pointed at his fellow countryman as soon as he opened his mouth. "Mr. Batten, can you tell me some interesting things about participating in this play? For example, how were you selected, and what was your evaluation of the director or partners during the filming process?" Javier thought he was just a bystander, but he didn't expect anyone to ask him questions. So, he thought for a long time before organizing his words and said, "I don't know how I was selected. Someone called my agent that day and told me that I was going to Hollywood to act in a movie. After I arrived, I realized that the role was very important. At that time, I was a little afraid of messing up and being scolded, because this was my first time to act in a foreign play. Later, the performance went smoothly, and I was immersed in the filming. Well, I can prove that what he said is true, because when I was selecting actors for similar roles, I watched many movies. His performances in Ham and When Night Falls prompted me to think that he was very suitable for the role of Anton. What about his strange hairstyle?" the reporter asked again. "Don't you think it's funny?" Lyman laughed. Javier Bardem also echoed. "After the hairstyle was determined, I felt that my image was completely ruined. This hairstyle is really stupid. Haha." The atmosphere of the on-site interview ended with similar laughter. Chapter 653 The Passion of Audience Discussion. Please subscribe and vote. The next day, various newspapers and magazines quickly published media reviews about No Country for Old Men. Although everyone was very relaxed at the press conference, and it ended like a formality, this did not affect the recognition and popularity of No Country for Old Men at all, and the film critics did not hide their love for the film. This trend soon spread to the audience, or those who had watched the movie and those who had not yet seen it. Because it was screened in Cannes for the grand prize, and the arrangement of one show per day was destined to not have many fans who could see the film first, the number of viewers was generally still relatively small, so a feeling of showing off and superiority emerged. In some online forums and movie websites, many people who have seen the movie can't help but speak up and promote it spontaneously, and the topics are focused on the characters that leave a vivid impression and some details of the film. Highly recommended. Lyman's new work is really wonderful, from the beginning to the end. You don't want to miss every minute. Anton's handcuffs and the gas tank gun are so awesome. Like the god of death, even his killing methods are different. Yeah, every time I see his grim expression, I know someone is unlucky. The coin guessing design is simply the essence. But who is right? This is just Anton's own wish, forcing some principles. This man is a lawless, emotionally unstable lunatic and pervert. Really good acting. Actually, the part where Monterey died was quite refreshing to watch. The man's hands were also covered in blood, but the camera didn't deliberately point it out. For example, the two families who disappeared at the beginning, I'm sure they were killed. Tommy Lee Jones also did a good job playing the police officer edition. The feeling of powerlessness was quite painful. He was always just one step short of success. He was a tragic character, but he later retired and enjoyed his old age. Did no one praise Josh Brolin's performance as Moss? In the hotel scene, he had a lot of back and forth with Anton, and he was the first to injure and beat him back in a head-on confrontation. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of a few minions in the end, and his hiding place was leaked. No one had a smooth life in this movie. It was always full of surprises. It's a pity that Anton was not hit by a car and limped away in the end. The ending didn't say whether he was caught or not. It's an open ending. It doesn't matter whether he is caught or not. The movie is about being at a loss in the face of a rapidly developing society. Even if he is caught, the atmosphere will never go back to the way it was before. It's really good. I want to watch it again, but it's too hard to queue up. Same problem. I queued for an hour to get in yesterday, and the tickets were sold out when I went today. Everyone was talking about the screening of No Country for Old Men on the internet. The plot, characters, and soundtrack are all very good, so it's no wonder that everyone is so enthusiastic. Others who haven't seen the movie are waiting even harder, and their expectations are full. After Cannes, the movie will not be shown until May 24th. The only 3 days left to wait also makes some North American movie fans feel tortured. If they don't want to wait, they can only go to the film festival to watch the movie. Of course, the cost of this makes people hesitate too much. So, they can only watch the heated discussions of those viewers who have watched it in advance in the forum. At the Film Palace, No Country for Old Men was screened once a day, and a long line had already formed outside the theater. The people in the back complained dissatisfiedly, "Can't we add more exhibition halls? It's not like there are none. Why do we have to show those boring movies?" Don't say it. I didn't get a ticket in the queue yesterday, and it looks like it's impossible today. There's only one show a day. How can I grab it? I can't even get it an hour in advance. Influenced by newspapers and magazines, after learning about the quality of No Country for Old Men, movie fans first had a goal to watch the movie, but were quickly defeated by reality. Can't get a ticket even after queuing. Of course, they have to find trouble with the organizers. In fact, the organizers are also very troubled. Seeing this screening lineup, they also want to increase the popularity, but the problem is that one shift a day is already a heavy resource tilt. If they really give more, where can they save money? The 21 shortlisted films must be screened once, and the excellent ones should be screened more times. Then the problem comes. In less than a week and a half of the screening cycle, they have to reasonably allocate so many works. They have tried very hard to solve the difficulties. But seeing that the tourists are not satisfied, they can't ignore it completely. So Lyman took the initiative to talk with the senior distribution executives of EMI, Gaumont, and Europa, and saw the heat, and prepared to add fuel to the fire. The way to burn this fire is naturally to release it in French theaters. Originally, Blue Butterfly Pictures' initial plan was to first stir up word of mouth, then release it in North America, and then slowly transition to global distribution because of insufficient distribution capabilities. Except for the 6 majors, everyone does this. As for simultaneous screening, it requires sufficient collaborative resource capabilities, and ordinary people don't have this foundation if they want to play. However, who would have thought that the screening momentum would be so high, so naturally it cannot be wasted. Anyway, Blue Butterfly Pictures had prepared the film copy in advance. At that time, they wanted to promote it in North America, but now it seems to be a good idea to put it in French theaters first. After all, the Cannes Film Festival attracts so many tourists. If they don't make money from movie tickets, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good platform opportunity? Therefore, after urgent negotiations, a set of plans came out. On May 24th, No Country for Old Men will be screened in France and North America. Several French studios are willing to provide 3,200 theater screens and the highest priority for scheduling, but the distribution fee will be taken away by 18% of the box office revenue, including publicity expenses. Such a cooperation agreement cannot be said to be a benefit to anyone. If it is not arranged in time, it may be more beneficial to Firefly, but several studios have also promised to pay attention to the distribution. Several of them are united to get the heat and then grab the profit. As soon as this news came out, the pressure of screening was finally relieved. After all, if the theaters join, the problem of adding more shows will not be a problem, because such a market capacity cannot be filled with such a small tourist base. On the other hand, the media's evaluation is still fermenting. Even some newspapers and magazines with large sales in Hollywood, far away on the other side of the ocean, have given internal feedback on No Country for Old Men. Variety praised that No Country for Old Men is a waste of director Last's new talent. The Boston Globe said, the movie is the best insight into a disorderly fate. When the foreshadowing is over, the fierce guys appear one by one, and the expressiveness can scare people enough. The big stage bounded by Texas, New Mexico and the border, the drama of violent clips advancing layer by layer, is like a fierce race with death. The Hollywood Reporter. The film focuses on the social ills of the new millennium, and between various transitions, the light is mercilessly projected on several characters, which can be described as the beauty of blank space. Los Angeles Daily. In the official film manual of Cannes, the comprehensive media ratings were also released soon. No Country for Old Men received a score of 3.6 out of 4. The highest score before was John Borman's Days of Glory, which received a score of 3.5. Of course, there have always been cases in Cannes where the media gave high scores, but did not win any awards. This score is just for fun, because it is only given by a few people and the organizing committee does not recognize it at all. This is just like the scores between film critics, which only represent the views of a few people. Of course, it feels good to be recognized. Speaking of which, Lyman has been rushing to the scene since the premiere, and even the project of preparing The Intouchables that he had been busy with was put aside. Then, on the morning of May 22nd, Lyman hurried back to Los Angeles to take charge of the overall situation, but he also left a few deputies to continue buying and selling copyrights and collecting enough valuable screening sources. Such a grand event is convenient for many practitioners. Becoming famous, attracting investment, and even gaining connections and networks are what many people need. Parties, film screenings, and investment receptions are also ways to make friends that are held all the time during Cannes. Lyman started to get busy every day for similar activities. If the Sunglasses King invites you, you can't refuse him. If Edmund wants to introduce someone to you, you can't refuse him. If you can refuse other things, you can refuse them. You are still very busy. Many relationships need to be maintained. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Lambs to be Slaughtered. Please subscribe and vote. At least the share of the screening is still in the forefront. Lyman comforted himself with the schedule arrangement table of North American theaters compiled by Lyman. Of course, it is useless not to comfort himself like this. As a human being, it is good to have a little RQ spirit. After taking a sip of coffee and eating a piece of cake, Lyman couldn't help but sigh secretly when looking at the datasheet. Although it is said that without the support of the 6 major companies or blood drawing, the profit-sharing link of the film screening of its own film is missing, but it is actually not much better. This time, the final theater resources of No Country for Old Men are strictly speaking a little less. Especially compared with the Da Vinci Code, which has been screened for more than a week. This film now has more than 3,800 screen theaters and 27% of the screening. As for No Country for Old Men, a newly released movie with potential value to be developed and large market space, it only won less than 2,000 screens and 18% of the screening share. Ranking third, their animated film Over the Fence also has 20% of the screening. Of course, compared with the latter, our conditions are not bad. After all, cinemas also have to make a living, and profit is the top priority. Look at the resources of the films ranked from the 4th to the 10th, which are not as strong as the Da Vinci Code. Even if they can't reach the top 10, the movies that are just for show, such as the 3-day tour of the cinema, may not even get 1% of the total screening. They are only shown in a few theaters in a few regions, and then thrown into the offline market to fend for themselves. Is it more miserable? Is it more unfair? There have always been worse treatments. It's just that I'm still a little envious. With a screening scale of more than 3,800 screens, even if the attendance rate is only maintained at half, the daily box office is something people yearn for. Perhaps this is why the second and third tier studios attach so much importance to the development and accumulation of distribution work, because it is really heartbreaking that the box office potential is wasted because the promotion resources cannot keep up with the excellent movies. However, it is heartbreaking, and having blood drawn is not a long-term solution. Anyway, the series of work from production to release of any film is always closely related to the strength of the studio and distribution company behind it, and the amount of resources provided. The subject matter of No Country for Old Men is actually not suitable for large-scale screening. With this resource investment, although it is a little less, it is actually almost the same. In addition, the market scale that French theaters can provide is still the first class, and it always surpasses the Da Vinci Code at home. It was in such a mumbling that time came to the 24th, the day when No Country for Old Men was released in theaters. France, downtown Paris. After work, Honoré ran to the cinema before dinner just to see No Country for Old Men as soon as possible. As early as when the newspaper reported the news related to the Cannes Film Festival, he noticed this work, and it looked good, so he had some expectations. Honoré is in his 20s and has just entered society. He often watched movies when he was in school, but he mainly liked American blockbusters. It was not until Lyman became famous that he slowly paid attention to him. The main reason is that his works are not boring. Another slightly weaker plus point is the sense of identity. Yes, the plot without ups and downs is indeed boring. However, Lyman's films are usually dramatic enough, and the characters are not flat. In other words, they are easy to leave an impression. You won't finish watching the movie without knowing the main characters' names and what they do. It was not until today that the theater changed the screening schedule of No Country for Old Men and Honoré hurried over, which made him a little distracted from his work today. Soon he arrived at a nearby comprehensive theater, where it was easier to buy tickets and enter the theater with multiple theaters. When Honoré came, although there were already many people queuing at the ticket window, the speed of the theater diversion was fast enough, and it was his turn soon. A ticket for No Country for Old Men. Is there a seat in the middle? It's sold out. Can I get a seat in the front? No, 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 it hurts my neck to look up. Please help me choose a seat at the back. Honoré shook his head. That's fine. The ticket seller was a man in his 40s. Serious. Enter the theater, find your seat and sit down. Honoré bought a portion of French fries and ate while waiting for the main film to start. Bella, a columnist in Chicago, USA, also went to the cinema to watch Lyman's new film as soon as possible. When she saw Javier Bardem's hairstyle, she couldn't help but smile. Because this hairstyle is most popular in the United States among brothel owners, and it is usually worn by women, and men basically don't keep it like this. Therefore, a cold killer with this kind of hair does give people a sense of weirdness. But not long after, Anton broke out. When he strangled a policeman to death with handcuffs in the police station, a cry of surprise rang out in the theater. He didn't even have any emotional fluctuations when killing people, which was naturally scary. As the plot developed, the scene of Moss shooting the Hound in danger also aroused the admiration of the people around him. Then, Anton single-handedly killed the mining group and killed his employer, which also gave the audience a more comprehensive and profound understanding of his lawless style of behavior. Finally, the words of the old policeman Ed made people empathize and understand his powerlessness. The crimes that happen now are so serious that they can't even be sentenced. I'm not saying that I'm scared, although I'm a little bit, but from the day I joined, I knew that doing this job was life-threatening. But I don't want to gamble my life to deal with something I can't understand at all. Those people sold their souls, but happily claimed to be adapting. If you told me 20 years ago that I would see colorfully dyed kids with nose rings on the streets of Texas and regarded crime as cool, I would never believe it, but it became a fact. The older generation has no energy and vitality to face this rapidly changing society. They are eliminated and abandoned and can only immerse themselves in the nostalgia of the old times, right? Bella walked out of the theater, still recalling some details of the film in her mind. Compared with the more passionate and refreshing crime movie Bad Guys about brotherhood, this No Country for Old Men is not as good in terms of plot and rhythm. With the same subject matter, is No Country for Old Men very bad? Of course not. If it is bad, there will not be so many people praising it. In fact, this is also an extremely excellent movie. Because it is a multi-line narrative, the interweaving and connection are very frequent, and the inevitable plot rhythm is somewhat lost, but the film actually has a bigger proposition, and tells a much broader story. If you really want to evaluate it, Bad Guys focuses on the so-called friendship, and the fighting is an additional manifestation, while No Country for Old Men is a bloody story about the truth of the survival of the fittest. Therefore, the former viewing experience is better, and the latter has a deeper aftertaste, but both are excellent crime films directed by Lyman. After returning home, Bella opened the document and wrote, No Country for Old Men, the cruelty of the survival of the fittest and the elimination of the weak. In the movie, the geographical environment is a very important background element. The filming location of this film was in Texas, New Mexico and the US-Mexico border. The film opens with a long shot showing all of this. The withered and vast plains and hills are lifeless, naturally revealing a sense of toughness and madness. In fact, this is exactly what most people think of Texas. In such an environment, where you compete with wild beasts for food, how can you not be fierce? The tone of the movie is determined in this way. For example, what was Moss doing when he first appeared? He was hunting. If Moss is a wild hunter, Anton is a city hunter. The difference between the two is that Moss's prey is animals, while Anton's prey is humans. In addition, Mondley violated the rules of mining and hired murderers. The great lawyer Jote helped to make false testimony and complete the procedures, which can also be regarded as hunters, but they used power, money, and rules to pave the way. Therefore, the film depicts such a disordered and cruel system, so violence will become the way for this film to rule everything. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. A big black humor in the film is that everyone thinks they are the big fish, but they are not. For this reason, Monterey died at the hands of Anton, because Anton was more unruly. Moss died at the hands of the Mexican gang, because he was too confident. Even the most violent Anton almost died in an inexplicable car accident, because the driver who ran a red light did not follow the rules. You see, everyone who does not follow the rules seems to have benefited from it. Isn't this story interesting? Finally, after watching this movie, what I want to say is that time is like a rolling wheel, ruthlessly crushing everyone. Who can say that the new generation will not become the eliminated old generation in the future? The old policeman Ed feels powerless. He can no longer control the situation of the crimes that have occurred. Like a lamb to be slaughtered, he can't control his fate and curls up in the corner silently. That lamb, the future is you, the future is me. Chapter 655 Schedule Rival. Please subscribe and vote. 2006, the North American cinemas were dominated by the Da Vinci Code. Even with the first week's box office revenue of $77 million, coupled with mixed reviews and religious attacks, it still couldn't stop the hot sales of this suspense blockbuster. Entering the second week, the daily revenue was still not less than $12 million, and the decline was very stable. However, Poseidon, the main force of the second wave of summer offensive, was not so lucky. After opening with more than 15 million, it quickly sank, and the market was weak. It can't be said that this movie is bad. It can only be said that the box office is not ideal. It ran aground before it took off and collided with the Da Vinci Code. In contrast, Columbia finally fought a beautiful battle to turn things around. After all, in recent years, this guy has no blockbuster achievements except Spider-Man. This time it can be said to be a good laugh for a while. In addition, after entering its second week, Over the Fence still earned more than 23 million in 3 days. This animated film from DreamWorks has a good reputation and has directly swept the audience market of the teenage age group. Although it is still suppressed, it has a promising future. After all, animated films do not always have freaks like Shrek the Monsters and Finding Nemo. They are more or less inferior to blockbusters, and the audience base is still different. It is also worth mentioning that the veteran action star Bruce Willis, who is on the verge of expiration, has not achieved any results in several years. He has been messing up projects. In the early spring of this year, he lost money on 16 Blocks. This raccoon, in which he voiced, is an animated film. Even if it sells well, it still does not help his career much. Well, the newcomers are better than the old ones, and this freight is not good. It is also under this situation at this time that No Country for Old Men is released in North American and French theaters. Cannes, the bedroom of the Lemon family. Under the soft light, Lemon opened the script of The Intouchables and continued to revise it or make some notes on the storyboard, but it was obvious that his mind was not fully focused on it. He would look at his watch from time to time. Beside him, Eva was reading a book in her pajamas. She has been free again recently. After filming Casino Royale, she didn't encounter any good acting offers, or actresses with too high pay are usually worried by the studio. Even if the fans have strong appeal, it is still a question that needs to be considered, whether it is worth it. The cost is too high and the risk is rising. It is inevitable. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, the phone finally rang. Lemon took it and heard Liam's relaxed smile. "Boss, Nielsen just sent me the first day screening data of No Country for Old Men. The average attendance rate of the movie is as high as 90%. It's a pity that the number of theaters we can get is still a little less. Otherwise the total number will definitely be higher under this situation. Continue to guide the publicity, and we can always attract interested audiences to the theaters. Moreover, this is also the summer season after all. Although it is not the most core period, the competition is always more intense. We can't snatch the theater share from the 6 majors. It's a victory to maintain this scale and share a piece of the pie. I will always pay attention to the public opinion of the film and the market. I have made a table with the specific data and sent it to your email." After Liam finished speaking, Lemon hung up the phone. Opening the computer mailbox, using the pulley to flip to the back, I saw the first day box office results of No Country for Old Men. The box office is out? Eva also came over and asked. Well, 24.78 million. The first single day box office. Not bad. Eva said happily. However, the Da Vinci Code also earned 13.42 million, Over the Hedge earned 10.36 million, and even Poseidon earned 5.22 million. Therefore, No Country for Old Men did not crush these earlier released works. After all, more than a week ago, the Da Vinci Code's first day score was more than 27 million, which was higher than the first day score of No Country for Old Men. However, think about it in a positive direction. The Da Vinci Code has many screens in theaters, while No Country for Old Men only has about 2,000 theaters. The single theater box office is as high as more than 12,000. The Da Vinci Code obviously does not have such a high single theater box office and attendance rate. Of course, it is still not very outstanding. But from the perspective of movies of the same theme, it is also the most popular trend class. After looking through the entire report in detail, Lemon knew where the problem was. No Country for Old Men is too unattractive to the female group, and has not received the support of mainstream female fans. Just look at the audience distribution and age group. The combined contribution of all female fans only accounts for less than 30% of the film's box office, but it is really low. You know, Prada relies on more than 60% of female fans to contribute to the total box office. These days, movies that can please female audiences will not have bad box office. Looking at the age distribution of the audience, the proportion of viewers under 25 is only 34%, which shows that No Country for Old Men is not attractive enough to teenagers. However, Lemon can actually understand it. Speaking of which, another difference between No Country for Old Men and Bad Guys is that the violence is too direct and too explicit. In other words, it is a little bloody. Many scenes in it are facing killing and death. The film is rated R, and audiences under 17 need to be accompanied by adults to enter and watch. There is a natural restriction threshold. Then naturally, the support of young audiences for the film will be worse. Of course, if these shots are more tactful during filming, or not too deliberately exaggerated, the film may be less bloody and reduce viewing discomfort, but doing so will undoubtedly delete the soul of the film. Even if No Country for Old Men cannot enter the theater market in many regions, which is not conducive to overseas distribution, Lemon will insist on doing so. Violence is definitely the best carrier for this movie. In the following days, No Country for Old Men continued to reap box office revenue in theaters. The next day it earned 23.18 million again. In France, due to the support of Pathé, Gaumont and Europa, the theater resources that the film can get are definitely higher than in North America. Such a large-scale hand roll naturally did not disappoint several studios. With 29.35 million euros on the first day and 30.15 million euros on this day, it directly rushed to the top of the box office and firmly occupied it. After all, the movie is shrouded by the momentum of the Cannes Film Festival. Lemon himself has a large fan base in France, as well as the publicity brought by word of mouth and good reviews. Fighting at home, plus the support of local theaters, it is not a problem for No Country for Old Men to become the most watched film in France in the late May period. Such market performance at least guarantees that No Country for Old Men will not lose money. As for how much it can earn, it is estimated that it will not be too much, because there are too many works that have won reputation but lost the market. Not popular enough has always been a consistent defect of this type of film. In this way, until May 27th, the Cannes Film Festival is about to close. Among the current shortlisted films, there are less than 8 films with the highest voices for awards, namely The Wind That Shakes the Wheat Waves, The Return, No Country for Old Men, Babel, Glorious Days, Red Road, Flanders, and Climate. As for the others, there is a high probability that they will be runners-up. After all, the arrangement of the sessions is also similar to a kind of weather vane of the Cannes Film Festival, and these 8 films are the best in terms of film reviews and scheduling. Even the focus of media discussion is almost on these works. Other works can get very little attention, unless they are upsets. Although No Country for Old Men secretly said that it would not give the Palme d'Or again, it still got the nomination. In addition, it was nominated for the Jury Prize, Best Actor, Best Director, Golden Camera and Best Screenplay. Among these awards, the outside world generally believes that the Palme d'Or has the greatest chance of winning. After all, No Country for Old Men has the highest public support and tickets are hard to come by. After such a long period of literary and artistic exaggeration and the general pride in the birthplace of film, a similar mentality of looking down on business exists in most film practitioners. Therefore, No Country for Old Men is not very prominent in North America, but its high momentum in France is a concrete manifestation of this cultural difference. Chapter 656 5 Emperors and 6 Empresses. Please subscribe and vote. May 28th. The 59th Cannes International Film Festival officially closed. Nearing 7 p.m., it was already much quieter outside the film palace. Most of the tourists, filmmakers, buyers, and sellers had left this seaside town. After all, without a platform like Cannes, there was no benefit in staying any longer. Of course, Lemon and the creators of No Country for Old Men arrived on time and attended the closing ceremony. There were no cheers, no large numbers of reporters, but the red carpet was still laid out. Everyone walked through it quickly, with expectations, but welcomed a farce. In other words, among the crowd, only Lyman was a little mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by the jury's operations. The not so important FIPRESI award was awarded to Climate and Paraguayan Tree Hammock. The Golden Camera was given to Budapest Island. In short, the intention of dividing the fruits was too obvious. Think about it, the Palme d'Or was won by Ken Loach's The Wind That Shakes the Barley. Although there are some disputes, they are actually very small. After all, the film's qualifications are there, and it has competed in Cannes several times, but this time it got what it wanted. Then, the film Flanders, which also involves anti-war ideas, won the jury prize. This is a bit outrageous, but the film's director Acht Pochola is French, which is a geographical plus political correctness, so it was given. Then, the King of Sunglasses fully exerted the principle of returning a favor, and did not neglect another film predecessor Pedro Almodovar. This time, the best screenplay was also a matter of course and not unfair. However, the screenplay award is definitely a bit lower than the Palme d'Or. In order to make up for the old predecessors, the 6 actresses of Volume All won the Cannes Best Actress, and the Best Actress was given to 6 people, so how could the Best Actor be too few? As a result, the 5 male stars of Days of Glory collectively won, which contrasted with the 6 Best Actresses. Apart from anything else, such an award ceremony, which specifically boasts about the performance level of European actors, is obviously admirable. This is called not to offend. Of course, Lyman was also involved in this deal. Therefore, the jury prize, which is second only to the Palme d'Or, was accepted by No Country for Old Men. In addition, in order to repay Lyman's support, the Mexican director Alejandro, who was recruited by Firefly, won the Best Director with Babel. Looking at the entire award distribution, the jury led by the King of Sunglasses found a balance between Europe and Hollywood, sharpness and political correctness, men's rights and women's rights, masters and newcomers, etc., and no one was left behind. Therefore, this Cannes Film Festival ended successfully in such a win-win situation. It must be said that the King of Sunglasses has a good coordination ability. No wonder the movie was well made. Isn't such a happy ending amazing? Of course, win-win is win-win, but the media and the public were angry. There are countless titles such as 5 films and 6 queens and Heavy Shade, and a lot of fire was concentrated on the award ceremony. The organizing committee was also in a headache. Can you just divide the cake? Why did you do it so outrageously? Giving out 11 actor awards at once, isn't that just standing there to be criticized? After seeing the distribution of awards, public opinion was in an uproar, and voices shouting injustice and shady dealings rose and fell, and newspapers also took advantage of the heat and led the rhythm. The public has also gained knowledge. They have seen double yolked eggs at film festivals, but have never seen 5 or 6 yolked eggs. Your chickens are really good. Anyway, this Cannes Film Festival was a big scandal. Due to the time difference, when the news reached the United States, it caused another uproar. American newspapers were also happy to see the jokes of France, and took the initiative to report it. Many of them temporarily replaced the cover, and pushed the 5 emperors and 6 queens to the headlines. For a time, public opinion in these areas was surprisingly unified, and they all criticized it from various angles. There were constant doubts. In addition, there were also a group of people who felt that the failure of No Country for Old Men to win the Palme d'Or was also the result of shady dealings. But Lyman himself didn't care about this statement. Instead, Lyman used this incident to portray No Country for Old Men as a victim, which increased the popularity of the film. Of course, the organizing committee will not make any statement. Is it common for film festivals to be criticized? Are there not enough shady Oscars? Don't laugh at the second brother, it's just that Cannes messed up this time. If you pay attention to this, you will lose if you take it too seriously. So, on the day of the closing ceremony, Lyman received the trophy. In addition to deliberately keeping his feelings to himself, he immediately turned his attention to No Country for Old Men, which was being screened. After the first weekend, No Country for Old Men was no longer the single-day champion in North America. After 5 days of screening, it ranked second with a total of 59.35 million. The Da Vinci Code, which ranked third, gradually lost its strength and only earned 57.12 million. Over the Hedge, which ranked fourth on the list, earned 46.28 million. The horror movie See No Evil, ranked 12th, accumulated 8.79 million in the week. It is worth mentioning that the global box office of the Da Vinci Code has exceeded 350 million. After deducting the production budget and distribution expenses, it will definitely make a lot of money. As for The Champion, it was taken by X-Men 3, The Last Stand, which joined the battlefield recently this weekend. There is no doubt that the X-Men series has the ability to attract money. In just 3 days plus the advanced screening, it has earned $120 million in the box office and won the first place in the North American film market, May 22nd to May 28th. This film is directed by Brett Ratner, who once directed Rush Hour. It tells the story of a pharmaceutical company wanting to develop a drug to treat gene mutations, which makes the X-Men face a choice. The addition of such a blockbuster instantly changed the situation. For Lyman, of course, he hopes that the release schedule of No Country for Old Men will be a little less stressful, but obviously, this is not something he can control. He can't stop others from making money. There is no way. Life has to go on, and the harvest of $59.35 million in the first week is not low. In such a hustle and bustle, the bosses of Pathé, Gaumont and Europa suddenly invited Lyman to a gathering. Although the conversation was very relaxed on the phone, such as chatting and discussing, it was actually about the promotion of No Country for Old Men in France. You have to know that the discussion that day was hurried. Lyman only took out a preliminary cooperation agreement. Many things still need to be discussed in detail, not to mention that the distribution of The Intouchables also requires the cooperation of several companies, which also needs to be discussed. After all, the preparations for The Intouchables are quite smooth. When Lyman makes time, he can shoot. In other words, if you want these local snakes to contribute, you have to talk about specific interests. Their control in France is also the top. If they don't cut their flesh and bleed, why should others support them? In the end, it's all about interests. People in the film industry can't do without this. Since they asked first, it is obviously very sincere. No Country for Old Men and The Intouchables are both good projects. At least that's what they think. Lyman had a headache. If they really valued it, it would be impossible to cut only a little bit of meat. It would be a big loss. Alas, the producers are still too weak in terms of distribution, whether in North America or France. After all, no matter how good a movie is, without a good schedule and good theater resources, it is also restricted everywhere. Seeing that others take the smallest risk and get a lot of benefits, it is really unbalanced. The 4 Words channel is king express the sadness of many industries. Lyman couldn't help thinking, I can only respond to the moves, otherwise what else can I do? The movie will not be released. Not sold. Anyway, I can't avoid it. Sooner or later, I will be slaughtered. After Lyman agreed, he comforted himself. At least being slaughtered has the value of being slaughtered. If there is no benefit, who will care about you? Take your time. One day, we can also go to the upper reaches to see the scenery. Of course, before going to the appointment, Lyman has to meet and talk with the king of sunglasses. The so-called transaction. Others bear the infamy, and I get the benefits, so I have to deepen the friendship. Furthermore, don't underestimate the connections of King of Sunglasses. He is very popular in Hong Kong and the mainland, and he is also very influential in many mainstream film festivals. For Firefly, he is a good person to make friends with. However, second only to the field of literature and art, he is also a fool in the business field. Few of the movies made by King of Sunglasses can make money. His shabby film company is also an empty shell. Even if he empties his family's coffers, he may not be able to come up with much money. However, King of Sunglasses does not lack investment for making movies. Many people give him money, provided that the project is reliable. Chapter 657 Farce. Subscriptions. Votes required. When everyone was focusing on the award ceremony of the main competition unit, no one noticed that the non-competition unit was also sharing the cake. In other words, with the votes of judges such as Lyman, filmmakers from countries such as France, Britain, and Italy were encouraged. However, they were very conscientious and did not give them wholesale, retaining a little face. Of course, this is actually because the non-competition unit is not very formal. The gold content is just so-so, and it is only helpful to newcomers. In addition, it seems that the award is very reasonable, which avoids controversy. Among them, there is a director who is very grateful to Lyman. That is Hwang Chao, who won the UN Certain Regard Award, and his work, Jiangcheng Summer. Hwang Chao, born in 1963, graduated from the performance department of the Central Academy of Drama. In his early years, he shot film and television dramas as an actor, and later gradually became interested in directing. Taking Jiangcheng Summer to participate in the Cannes Film Festival is not his first formal feature film, but it is his first time to participate in such an international screening platform. Actually, Cannes, Venice and other film festivals like to bring Asian filmmakers to play. Directors such as Kurosawa Akira, Sunglass King, Zhang Guoxi and so on all became famous here, and then they got resources, and went on a smoother road. One thing that is very understandable is that similar platforms really have a great blessing effect on filmmakers. After Jiangcheng Summer won a kind of attention, not many people paid attention to it overseas, but the mainland media was still willing to report it, and they took the initiative to spend resources to promote it. Why? Long face, sense of identity, and for the director himself, it is a huge increase in value. Hwang Chao and Sunglass King are not very familiar with each other, but they are both Chinese, so Sunglass King also mentioned it, and Lyman directly gave him the award. That was considered to be a bit good. For this reason, Sunglass King also felt that he could make friends with Lyman. Moreover, he is also a local snake in this area. Sunglass King wore a short shirt, a square and wide face, and his figure was still slightly fat, and he often wore sunglasses. After seeing Lyman, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "How are you doing recently? I saw that your movie's performance was very good. Congratulations." The intimacy in the words basically set the tone for today's chat. Lyman smiled and replied with some polite words. There is actually nothing much to say about the performance of No Country for Old Men. If you say too much, it will become a show-off. After finishing the show here, Lyman immediately rushed to the studio. Several people are smart. After sitting down humbly, Luc Besson took the lead and said, "The performance of No Country for Old Men is really good. In just 6 days, it has won 73.42 million euros and won another victory at the box office. Thanks to everyone's unremitting efforts in publicity and distribution, this achievement is the common credit of everyone." Lyman smiled. As expected, Luc Besson didn't want to brag about the box office. When Lyman said that, he immediately changed the subject. "When the movie is released, how should the offline market be arranged? Lyman, you will definitely not stay here for long. There are still a lot of things waiting for you to deal with in Hollywood. In this way, it will be bad if the offline market is delayed, right? I have concerns in this regard." "I wonder what you mean." "The three of us plan to help the film develop this business together. We will buy it out directly, so that you don't have to be too distracted." Lyman fell into deep thought. The so-called help is just an excuse. It is worry-free to really hand over the copyright operation, but the big profits are probably gone. In terms of distribution, buyout and profit sharing are both feasible methods and means, but the former has always been a little disadvantageous for the producer, but in exchange for the rapid receipt of funds. Generally speaking, it is the first choice for film companies with insufficient capital reserves. But after Firefly paid off its foreign debts, it was not short of money in the account. 100 million funds can still be easily transferred. It is also easy to get 200 million from the bank with a short-term loan. Therefore, Firefly's cash flow is still healthy. Gaumont, Pathé, and Europa made this request. On the one hand, for Lyman's sake, to avoid trouble, it is normal to drag on collecting overseas accounts, and on the other hand, they naturally saw the word-of-mouth potential shown by No Country for Old Men, and there is great potential in the offline market. Any studio, or a studio with a relatively complete French distribution channel, will basically plan in this way. After all, this time Lyman did not hand over the overseas distribution work to the Big Six, but instead, in order to seize the popularity, it split the market in France in advance, which gave them more confidence to make the request no matter who comes, they will be used. It's just who occupies the dominant position. Moreover, Lyman does not have the ability to distribute overseas. Even if he refuses, he has to hand over this part of the business to outsiders, and he still has to share the profits. If he doesn't do this, it will undoubtedly be more profitable for several studios. But for Lyman, it is not so comfortable. Handing it over to the big six, they will take a cut from the total overseas profits. In fact, strictly speaking, it is more convenient, and the accounts are easier to calculate. But they finally had an excuse to bring it up, and they were unwilling to let it go. Negotiations, aren't they always conducted in a tough manner? Lyman couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is what distribution is all about. They don't want to miss out on the benefits of the moment, and no one is a pushover. Well, even I scolded myself, but Lyman is a very smart one, and he is not much worse than these people in lowering the price, and he is also the kind of person who will take a bite when he gets the chance. This is the status brought by the channel resources controlled by the distributor. Helpless people under the eaves have to bow their heads. If Lyman hadn't had enough achievements and qualifications, he would have had little right to choose. These people were able to personally invite him to talk with an excuse of avoiding trouble, which was already a sign of some respect. If it were a general film distribution, they might not even talk about it, and they could give or not. It's feasible, but this price? After all, they still have to discuss the cooperation of the Intouchables next, so this little benefit will be given. As long as the latter can still get strong support and promotion, it will be worth it. French audiences are still very strong in the market performance of a light comedy that focuses on French culture. But all this also requires local theaters to make room. Lyman pondered for a moment, and then said, the buyout fee for the DVD will be the highest bidder, and the bid will be a secret bid. Although he was determined to give up some offline revenue in exchange for the resources for the next movie, he couldn't give it too easily, so that these guys could get it easily. Do you really think that Lyman, won't fight? The relationship between labor and capital is also very fast, so the most valuable DVD distribution can't be bad. As we all know, in the offline market, except for some animations or live action movies that can be sold at a high price in the toy licensing market, the largest offline share of most works is always DVD. How cool it is to sell DVDs. Many viewers are willing to buy a copy to collect and watch, and the profit of DVD is not worse than that of theater screenings. The cost of copying is too low. Even if the transportation and distribution are charged by companies like Blockbuster, it is still possible to earn $5 or $6 per copy after selling it for more than $10. For example, the box office net profit of Saw 4 was less than $2 million, but the DVD sold more than 900,000 copies, with a profit of more than $5 million, which is much more valuable than the screening. No wonder the series is so tenacious that it can be filmed for 8 films. In the end, it was really supported by the DVD sales. Several CEOs looked at each other and felt the pressure. Although they wanted to put more pressure on them, they said they were willing to accept the buyout. Now it's time to bid. They can't just say it's cheaper, then they don't want to do this business. It can only be one DVD, CEO Gao Meng said quickly. Beforehand, the three of them specifically divided the interests, so as not to let Lyman take advantage of the situation. His own people started to bid first. Now, Lyman made a request and clearly raised the price. Of course, he couldn't do it. Otherwise, let's not talk about buyout. Let's take the share honestly, make the film more profitable together, and each of us will get a share. Lyman nodded with a smile. Well, that's it. Luc Besson regretted that the best piece of meat was a little hard to eat, but he was satisfied that he got the rest of the meat and didn't tear each other's faces or make the relationship awkward. After all, if Lyman really got mad, he would just walk away and quit playing, and he would overturn the stall, so he wouldn't have nothing to eat. Chapter 658. The schedule is intense. Please subscribe and vote. Then let's make a buyout contract first. Oh, sure, but there are still some trivial matters to be resolved for the Intouchables in terms of publicity and promotion. This is also a troublesome matter. If it is not settled first, there is no need to rush to sign. If it can be settled, it will not be a big deal. We also know about the project The Intouchables. How about this? No matter what, at least keep the screening scale not lower than No Country for Old Men. How about it? Taking a percentage of the profit. The three of them looked at each other, and Luc Besson said decisively, it's still 18%, but the copyright surrounding will still be bought out. Is that okay? After giving so many discounts and promises, no more delays are allowed. Therefore, when Lyman left and returned home, he had already received verbal confirmation. The next day, a legal department employee of Blue Butterfly Pictures personally drafted the contract, handed it to several people for verification, and the parties formally signed it. In this transaction, Lyman paid a part of the project profit in exchange for a certain range of resource tilt and promotion given by several studios. Among them, the DVD market of No Country for Old Men was finally won by EMI, which offered a buyout price of $12 million US. If The Intouchables starts to be screened in theaters in the future, then the offline buyout of this one will be discussed. Distribution? Under the negotiation rules, what cannot be concealed is the bloody and cruel law of the jungle. In June, several new films joined the battlefield. However, except for the breakup produced by Universal, the other films will not pose any threat to No Country for Old Men. But the breakup. In the original time and space, this movie won a global box office of $210 million US, and North America also exceeded $100 million. In terms of starring, the combination of Jennifer Aniston and Gavin Vaughn is very popular with the audience. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why a light romantic comedy with an old-fashioned theme can achieve such a result. Or it is because after Brad Pitt divorced her, he showed his affection with Angelina Jolie every day, which led to the audience's general perception of her with more sympathy and comfort. Moreover, Universal is clearly well prepared, with the focus of publicity almost all on Jennifer Aniston. The huge fan base accumulated by Friends is also the best way to monetize. As a result, the latest weekly North American box office chart has ushered in another reshuffle. The first place is the new film The Breakup, $38.05 million. The second place is X-Men 3, The Last Stand, $34.35 million, a drop of more than 50%. But most series of movies are like this, and the box office potential of most fans has been almost consumed in the first week. The third place is No Country for Old Men, $23.15 million. The fourth place is Over the Hedge, $20.65 million. The fifth place is The Da Vinci Code, $19.3 million. After entering the third week, the market potential is obviously insufficient. The sixth place is Mission Impossible 3, $4.68 million. If you carefully analyze the box office data of the above works, it is obvious that the competition during the schedule is so fierce that almost no movie can always sit on the top of the list. Of course, with such fierce competition, No Country for Old Men barely maintains a normal decline, but it is still rapidly consuming the film's screening potential. However, the North American cinemas are basically like this. They can exceed 100 million, but not 200 million. It is estimated to be around 140 million. However, the film performed well in the overseas market and received higher reviews in various markets. Of course, compared with domestic distribution, overseas distribution has a lot of revenue. If you really count it, it may not be as much as the North American profit. This time, apart from the French market, the overseas business will continue to cooperate with Fox and use their overseas network for promotion. Firefly paid about 30% of the overseas profit. Such conditions are not harsh. After all, most studios are drained by the big six in this way, and this is still a bit more favorable. Just as Lyman continued to work on the preparations for The Intouchables, Hollywood has not been calm recently. Of course, it is not some bloody scandal or the daily cheating of celebrities, but the bad debts between Paramount and Tom Cruise have escalated again. In a casual phone chat, even Joseph talked about this matter. The cause of the incident was the unsuccessful screening of Mission Impossible 3. Speaking of which, the birth of this drama was full of twists and turns. Because Tom Cruise holds the copyright of the Mission Impossible series, he has always been strong in the production and filming of this project. At the beginning, Paramount took the initiative to find Tom Cruise to discuss the start of the project. Tom Cruise thought about it and agreed, and then invited David Fincher to direct, but later David Fincher withdrew halfway and went to tinker with Dogtown Councilman. The director position was taken over by Joe Carner, but Tom Cruise was very dissatisfied with the director, and the adapted script was also rejected. Joe Carner naturally couldn't stay. Anyway, the script was revised several times, and finally they gave in to each other and found J.J. Abrams, a TV director who had never made a movie. As a result, on May 5th, Mission Impossible 3 only earned $48 million in the first weekend box office, which was much lower than the $78.8 million of Mission Impossible 2 in the first weekend. Not only did it fail to achieve the expected growth, but it also regressed significantly. You know, the production cost of this movie alone is $150 million. The first high-cost movie with such a poor box office in the first weekend can probably be traced back to the year before last, Kingdom of Heaven. Note, it is not ideal, not a big loss. Then, a production executive of Paramount couldn't help but say something in front of the media, saying that Tom Cruise and his current girlfriend were making trouble every day, which led to a bad public impression and dragged down Mission Impossible 3. Of course, Tom Cruise is also a person with a temper. He said that you didn't have this attitude when you came to discuss with me before. Now that the box office is not ideal, you are talking about my private life problems. Isn't that bullying? So, the two sides started to turn against each other before the movie was released. In fact, the reason why Paramount was so angry was that Tom Cruise took too much of the revenue from the Mission Impossible series of films, and Paramount got even less profit from the poor box office of this movie, so he felt unbalanced. But even if it is unbalanced, Paramount has made a lot of money. Tom Cruise is not going to tolerate it, and he has used a killer move. Come on, let's stop playing, and the sequel of the project will be shelved indefinitely. As a result, Paramount is about to explode. It can be said that the Mission Impossible series is the history of the feud between Tom Cruise and Paramount. Since the second part, there has been no peace. In the end, either Tom Cruise gave in, or Paramount gave in first. In short, in the eyes of other studio executives, it is just a joke. You know what? The joke is really good. Tom Cruise, who debuted as an idol, was badly cheated by the studio in his early years. For the sake of his image, he couldn't do this or that, which made him very uncomfortable. Later, his career developed to a certain point, and he had capital to compete with, which made him very conflicted when facing the studio. He seemed very arrogant, and liked to give orders to the filming of the project, in order to satisfy his desire for control, but he didn't want to be hostile to the studio in his heart, and he longed to become a member of the production and distribution. To this end, he also founded a production studio with his agent, and spends a lot of time every year looking for project investment. Therefore, every time Paramount shows goodwill, he happily nods and agrees to cooperate. But after all, his foundation is too poor. As an actor, he certainly does a good job, but when it comes to production, even if he has tried to lean on this aspect and learn, he is just a half bucket of water and does not have a clear understanding of shooting, scheduling, film distribution, etc. Under his intervention, Mission Impossible 3 was wavering, and two directors withdrew halfway, and it was not very good in the end. After more than a month of screening, the North American box office was less than $125 million, and the global box office was only $337 million. It is estimated that the box office alone cannot make back the money. After all, Paramount has invested enough in the promotion of this film. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, Mission Impossible 3 will not make any money from this project in the next 1 or 2 years. This is also the reason for Paramount's complaints. Labor and capital have paid so much, but have not made enough profit, and the schedule resources have been wasted. Of course, Tom Cruise was also very upset. Why was he the only one to blame for the poor box office performance? Abrams was also very troubled by this. After all the blame was passed around, some of it was still on him. Chapter 659. The director is actually quite good. Please subscribe and vote. J.J. Abrams was born in New York City, USA in 1966. In 1990, he served as the screenwriter of the comedy film The Thief Goes Up. In 2001, he wrote and directed his first TV series Alias, which was a great success, and was nominated for the Best Screenwriter in the 54th Emmy Awards. In 2004, he wrote and directed the first season of Lost, which had high ratings, and won the 57th Emmy Award for Best Director of a Drama Series. It can be said that this person has both writing skills and directing abilities, and is particularly good at science fiction and action. His ability to take over Mission Impossible 3 was also recognized by both parties. But Abrams and Tom Cruise really can't be in the same pot. One is a director and screenwriter, and the other is a starring actor and producer. One likes to write and direct, and is very self-centered in the conception of the project, and the other likes to intervene in the script, and he wants to be the main character in the play, and he has a strong desire to control, which is easy to cause disputes and conflicts. At first, Tom Cruise could persuade him with kind words, and try to reach a consensus, but later he found that Abrams was not easy to talk to. He was so noisy that it was a headache, so he simply intervened in the filming as a producer. Abrams cherished this opportunity to enter the big screen, endured it, and finally followed Tom Cruise's wishes, becoming a qualified filming machine, just to further his subsequent directorial career. Then, he took the blame. He was originally dissatisfied with Tom Cruise's dominance, just doing the things at hand. Oh, you were very loud during the filming of the movie, and when the movie failed to be released, you buried your head and pretended to be dead, pushing the responsibility everywhere. Abrams didn't say anything in front of the media, but this cooperative friendship is definitely gone. June 7th, Nice, a city in the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region in southeastern France. The filming of The Intouchables will be carried out here. This city, located on the southeast edge of the Alps, has a tortuous and complex coastline. It is the second most populous city in France after Paris, with a prosperous economy, developed tourism, and suitable temperatures all year round. The crew of The Intouchables simply camped in the northern part of the city. Lyman arrived here the day before yesterday, but the crew had already built the set, scenery, lighting, and prepared for filming. Ryan had a proud look on his face and reported to Lyman the entire arrangement. Most of the preparations for this project were arranged by him and Thomas. Lyman patted Ryan on the shoulder and did not hesitate to praise him. Ryan shook his hand modestly and at the same time introduced more enthusiastically how the crew was built, how much manpower and energy it took, and so on. Of course, this was also due to the cooperation of the 3 studios, otherwise it would not have been so smooth. After entering the temporary studio, Lyman met another leading actor, Omar HSI. This person fits the image of a black servant in Lyman's impression very well. He is tall and strong, with a very short haircut and a big white teeth when he smiles. Perhaps it is because of the skin color that black people's teeth are particularly white and bright. When Lyman went to see him, he was sitting next to Francois Cluzet and rehearsing the lines. After learning that the director was coming, he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Hello, Director Last, thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I will try my best to play the role well." Omar HSI is of Senegalese descent. Although it is a pity that he is not an Algerian actor, according to Edmund, there are only a few Algerian actors in France. If you have to find one, it is not suitable, because he has no acting experience and his age is not suitable. So, Omar HSI was chosen. First, this person has the same skin color. Second, Omar HSI has acted in many works, although they are all soy sauce and villains, but he has accumulated a lot in this aspect, and his performance during the audition is very good. As for the salary, 30,000 euros is enough. In other words, the entire actor's expenditure, including the group performance, does not exceed 300,000, which does not account for 3% of the total budget. Mr. Cruz, how are you doing recently? After chatting with Omar HSI for a few words, Lyman looked at Francois Cruz. "I'm ready. If you don't come, I will turn the script to pieces," the old man said humorously. In fact, he really took the filming of this movie very seriously, because the role of Philip was quite challenging for him. After being paralyzed, he couldn't move below the neck, and he had to rely on his eyes and facial expressions to interpret the inner drama, which required him to have a sufficient understanding of the role and to be involved in it. The next day, Luc Besson came to visit the set. The crew officially started filming. More than 90% of the shots in The Intouchables will be shot in Nice, with only a few transition scenes. Because the shooting location is fixed, and there is no post-processing such as special effects that consumes energy, it is estimated that the shooting cycle of the entire film will not exceed 50 days. Lyman is likely to complete the entire production and push it into theaters before Christmas. In addition, the three studios can provide people and materials, and even arrange street blockades through negotiation with the local government. The crew does not need to worry too much about things other than shooting, which is really too easy. Or maybe it was the box office revenue from No Country for Old Men that made them optimistic about the filming of this work. After all, if they could make money, they would be willing to do it. The actors in the crew would not play big in front of a director with such qualifications as Lyman, and there would be no quarrels or disagreements during the filming. When the first shot was completed quickly, a more difficult scene was about to be filmed. That was the interview scene with Driss, which was roughly divided into two parts. One was Driss's unreasonable behavior, just wanting to be rejected, so that he could collect the government's unemployment benefits. The other was Philip's nod and the housekeeper's doubts. This section is one of the most exciting sections of the whole movie, and it also appealed to the theme of the film, so everyone in the crew attached great importance to it. In the room where the set was rented, Francois sat in a wheelchair, motionless. Two cameras, one facing the door, and the other diagonally shooting Francois's side. Lyman saw that the sense of space formed by the camera position and the actor's standing position formed a triangle, and nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, the script supervisor saw Lyman nod, and immediately slapped the board to say the number to facilitate the later editing. The Intouchables, Act 11, first shot, action. As soon as the voice fell, she walked in from behind the door, walking in a sloppy manner, looking around, and said, "I have been waiting for more than 2 hours, let me go first." At the same time, he walked up to Philip's housekeeper and said, "Hello. Please sign this for me." The black actor, who was born in 1978 and is only 28 years old this year, spoke in a high-pitched tone and put his hands in his trouser pockets after speaking, as if he wanted to cause trouble. Philip is a rich man. Even if he is paralyzed, he can only hire the best in the industry to find a carriage driver. So it is obvious that this person in front of him is here to make trouble. The housekeeper suppressed her emotions and said, "Please take a seat first." The actress who played the housekeeper was Emmanuelle Bayet, a popular actress in France in the 1980s and 1990s, but she gradually retired as she aged. She took the initiative to join the filming of The Intouchables this time. Because she had few scenes and was a guest role, she did not discuss the salary at all. In fact, with Lyman's appeal, it was normal. If the movie is really successful, the salary will definitely be much better than this. Afterwards, there was a not very harmonious conversation. Francois asked in confusion, "What are you doing with this piece of paper?" "To prove that I have been interviewed. In short, you can use any reason to refuse. If you don't plan to use me, just sign it for me. I have to be rejected 3 times before I can get unemployment benefits." "Just for unemployment benefits? Does that mean you have no interest in this job at all?" "No, I still have some." She smiled in a teasing tone. "I'm very interested in this one." After that, he winked at the housekeeper. Francois was amused. The people in front of him had no sympathy or respect for him. How to describe this feeling? It was very novel. This scene took 2 days to shoot. Francois stood up, stretched his legs, that were stiff from sitting, and said to Lyman, "This feeling is not good. Then you need to exercise more. Health is still very important." Francois took a sip of water and said, "Well, for this role, it is worth sacrificing a little. In all these years, I have never encountered such a good play for me to play. It is not easy for an actor to encounter a good role." Chapter 660 Disc 3 The relationship between the two sides broke down again. Please subscribe and vote. After No Country for Old Men entered its 3rd week, the single-day box office fell by 30% year-on-year, and the cumulative box office in North America in the 3rd week only earned $13.76 million. However, although such data is a little regrettable for Firefly, it is generally quite satisfactory. After all, the movie is profitable, and how can a project that can make a profit just by relying on the box office be dissatisfied? Moreover, No Country for Old Men is a long-term word-of-mouth movie. For a studio, this type of movie can play a very positive role in brand addition. It is likely to set off another wave of popularity when it enters the offline market. So far, the highest grossing movie in North America this year is X-Men 3, and the second is The Da Vinci Code. Among live-action movies, No Country for Old Men ranks third and fourth in cumulative box office. In any case, it is a successful project, even if it did not break 150 million. Not to mention, the production cost of No Country for Old Men is very low, including publicity and promotion, which did not exceed 28 million. In comparison, the production expenses of other movies that have exceeded No Country for Old Men are not less than 60 million, not to mention publicity and promotion. In this situation, when Lyman was still filming in Nice, Mission Impossible 3 was about to be released. When the total data came out, Paramount was even more disappointed. Sure enough, it still couldn't turn over. The production cost plus the investment in publicity and promotion was close to 185 million, but North America only earned 134 million, overseas 263 million, and the world 397 million. After deducting the theaters, taxes, and profits, there was at least a gap of more than 58 million, and this was even after the advertising funds from the sponsors were subsidized. For a moment, the executives of the distribution department wanted to tear up this report. It's not that Paramount can't afford to lose. In fact, Mission Impossible 3 relies on a strong series of peripherals. It's not impossible to get back more than 58 million if you spend more time to operate it well, but this kind of pit-filling operation really makes people feel unmotivated. Moreover, Paramount has failed in projects before. It's normal to make a movie with losses and gains. It's abnormal for Paramount not to lose 5 or 6 independent productions every year. But the problem is that the first 2 Mission Impossible movies were profitable at the box office, and there are not many Hollywood series that have such money-making ability. Unexpectedly, the market was cold without any warning. Is it because Tom Cruise is not charming enough? Is he old, no longer good, and has no fans? No, in the random survey of audiences, more than 70% of them recognized Tom Cruise, and the reason they filled in was that they watched it for him. Then why is the market reaction so strange? The second movie took over 200 million in North America and 546 million worldwide. Why don't they recognize this series of movies after a few years? In the conference room, the executives of the distribution department, who were somewhat puzzled, heard Shirley Lansing say, "Now is not the time to worry about the box office. How to reduce the losses is the most important thing." The dozen or so management personnel sitting at the conference table looked at each other, some lowered their heads and remained silent, and some wanted to speak but hesitated. Until the deputy manager of the production department, who proposed the project and promoted the birth of this movie, took the initiative to speak. "I will explain to the board of directors and submit my resignation." There was some loneliness in the words, but no one tried to keep me. In this matter, someone must stand up and bear the anger of shareholders after the failure. It was only after he took the initiative that the manager of the distribution department, who was briefly stunned, took the report, sorted out his thoughts and said, "The second payment and box office share promised to Tom Cruise will be counted as a loss mortgage for a source investment, and will be paid in a postponed manner until the offline profits make up for the failure of the project." Well, the TV station broadcast will also be put on our TV network, and this money will also be withheld. Another person said, "You can settle the publicity and distribution investment with Tom Cruise and let them bear part of it." It was entirely his toughness that led to the failure of the project. The rest of the people talked one after another, and soon found many ways for Paramount to reduce losses. Although they had a win-win relationship before, now they can't win anymore, and they have to bear the responsibility for poor production. If they still act like good people, it would be naive. Of course, these people are not stupid, and they are even very sensitive to similar incidents. After all, it's not the first or second time they have done this, so they quickly took measures to stop the loss. No matter how the box office of Mission Impossible 3 failed and who was responsible, there was no need to pursue it at this moment. The Cruise Manor, located on the hillside of Mansion in Beverly Hills, has always been the focus of media and paparazzi, but the owner of this mansion was not in a very good mood at this moment. He was in conflict with Paramount recently, and the media ridiculed his poor performance in the film, saying that he was out of date, which must have made him very unhappy, so that he especially hated to read the entertainment section of the newspaper. However, due to work requirements and professionalism, he still had to keep abreast of the new trends in Hollywood. Early in the morning, he finished his exercise, vented his depression on the treadmill, sweated, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and picked up several newspapers and magazines that had been prepared on the coffee table. When he opened the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times, he saw a few big words 15 days after its release. X-Men 3: The Last Stand has accumulated a box office of $157 million in North America and $378 million worldwide. The day this blockbuster premiered was the day when Mission Impossible 3 dropped by more than half. The market was squeezed out, which made him very repulsive to the news of this movie. Sometimes he would think that, if no one competed for the market, maybe Mission Impossible 3 would not have such a bad box office. But in 3 days, the box office was higher than that of Mission Impossible 3, which had been screened for half a month. Such an amazing result made people not even jealous, but only jealous. Then, No Country for Old Men exceeded $130 million in North America and $220 million worldwide, and won the Cannes Jury Grand Prix. If X-Men 3: The Last Stand was backed by the accumulated fans of the series, huge cost investment, and hot scenes, then the success of No Country for Old Men is definitely another excellent market portrayal of Lyman's personal directing ability. Successful cases of winning big with small are not uncommon in Hollywood. It's not uncommon, but it's not often seen. But Lyman has done this for several films. Not to mention that he is not only a director of niche genre films, but also a director of special effects disaster films like The Lake Monster. This is really a versatile director who can shoot a variety of genres and themes. Looking at Hollywood, there are only a few people like Spielberg and Kubrick. Tom Cruise often pays attention to Lyman because he has worked with him. Looking back at the filming of Bad Guys, it was also the first time that he tasted that critics could praise his acting skills. However, although this person likes to work with acquaintances, he does not like to invite big-name actors in his projects, and he cannot always reduce his own treatment. Perhaps it is not possible to reduce his own salary. Except for occasional polite words, there is not much communication. Alas. Tom Cruise put down the newspaper, half closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. The failure of Mission Impossible 3 still had a great impact on him. The most important thing is that this series has always been based on him. He prospers together and suffers together. After 2 years of preparation, this is the result. It is really unacceptable. Maybe, as Paramount said, it is my problem. Or am I really out of fashion? And if I continue to play similar cool roles, the audience will no longer accept me, so I need to transform? But how can transformation be so easy? Just when Tom Cruise was daydreaming, the phone rang. Tom Cruise picked up the phone, and the more he listened, the angrier he became. Finally, he couldn't help but yelled, "How dare they do this? Don't forget, I have half of the copyright of this series. Tell them that, if they still want to remake this series, they'd better not do it." After that, Tom Cruise hung up the phone, still unable to suppress his anger. He sat on the sofa angrily, his temples bulging. After a long time, he dialed the number back and ordered calmly, "Talk to them, and the accounting firm we commissioned will be involved in the project's financial revenue. Remember, keep an eye on our interests. People in a weak position are always wary of those in high positions." Tom Cruise didn't want to turn against them completely. The previous mutual complaints were just shirking the responsibility for the failure of the project. Although he left Paramount, he could still live well, but if it wasn't the most extreme situation, he wouldn't do this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 Newcomer Big Name. Actively join. Please subscribe, vote. Marion Cotillard was born in an acting family in Paris, France. Or she is one of the representatives of the second-generation star circle in the French entertainment industry. Like all second-generation stars, Marion was brought to the stage to perform when she was very young. The strong performance atmosphere and family support made her quickly embark on the road of acting, and it was relatively smooth. At the age of 5, she was able to appear in close-up shots in the movies shot by her father's friends. In 1998, at the age of 23, she became the heroine of Taxi Express and won the Caesar Best Newcomer nomination, and then continued to star in the second and third parts of this successful work. However, unlike the entertainment industry in Hollywood, the best explanation of acting that Marion, who was born in France, has been exposed to since childhood, especially for actresses, is not box office and beauty, but exposure and challenge. In other words, beauty is just a must-have for actresses, not a necessity. Those who can enter this circle are rarely not beautiful. Some people may be very surprised and say what kind of culture this is. But just like Oscar disfigurement and ugly appearance can greatly increase the number of actresses who win the throne of the best actress, becoming famous by stripping is a unique thing in France. Some people will say that taking off clothes on the big screen is just being a slut. However, this statement is not reliable at all. Different cultures do not need to be forced to blend in. French actresses hold a very noble view of taking off clothes as a dedication to art. Don't laugh, it's true. It's true in the French entertainment industry. Think about it. Some people take off clothes for money and fame, which is very realistic, and many French actresses take off clothes after becoming famous, and are even willing to star in similar works without paying any money. For example, Sophie Marceau became famous with First Kiss, but she raised 1 million francs in liquidated damages to redeem herself, and then starred in a more depressing feature film, Taking Off Clothes. Eva Green would not have thought of becoming famous when she starred in The Dreamers, because who could have known how successful the movie would be and how influential it would be. Many movies are not famous until 100 years later, so it is said that it takes luck for actors to encounter a good role. And when Jenny took off clothes, she was also famous, and no one forced her to take off clothes. Even the above mentioned actresses are not promiscuous behind the screen and in private. The word promiscuous may be a bit insulting to women, but many European and American actresses don't care about it. As long as they don't mess around in their marriage, the public won't blame them. This is freedom. But the fact is that they can devote themselves to the role on the big screen, which doesn't mean they don't care about that aspect. That's two different things, especially in a cultural atmosphere like France. The belief that stripping is art is very popular in the French literary and artistic circles, especially a large number of top French actresses have performed in this way, which is a role model. Therefore, a girl who is ambitious and likes acting, with her parents' escort and their backers' connections paving the way, soon found the crew of the Intouchables through Gaumont. The halo of fame is useful everywhere, especially Lyman's increasing experience, outstanding achievements, and good friends with many filmmakers, and they can often cooperate. Is it a transaction? And isn't it also a mutually implicated interest relationship established? And no matter what kind of film and television works are shot, actors are always needed. Although the output of Firefly's projects is not large, the quality is excellent. This attraction and guarantee is not to be mentioned. On June 17th, the progress of The Intouchables, which had been filmed for half a month, was relatively smooth. On the one hand, the drama is mainly concentrated on two characters. As long as Omasai and François Cluzet do not make mistakes, it is very convenient to shoot. On the other hand, the scenery is simple, with only a few locations to shoot back and forth, and there is no need to rush around, which greatly promotes the progress. This morning, Lyman wore a wide-brimmed hat and directed the crew to lay out the camera and lighting. Then, a senior executive of Gaumont brought Marion Cotillard to the crew set. Because the scenes in the next few days need a supporting role, it is Darius who helps Philip to muster the courage to make an appointment with a pen pal, so he took him to meet. Lyman originally planned to find a beautiful actor to act as a background board, but he did not expect that the crew needed such an attractive character, even if it was just a few minutes of acting. To be honest, Lyman had never thought that a cameo role would turn out like this. But looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who was excited and suppressed her joy, it seemed not bad. He satisfied his reputation as a director. wearing light makeup and combing her hair. Sandals, t-shirt, cool dress. Indeed, it was a bit hot that day, especially since the filming location was not very ventilated. Stuffy, Lemon thought. Taking 2 steps forward, Lemon took the initiative to greet, "Hello, Miss Cotillard." As for the gourmand executive next to him, after sending the person away, he said a few polite words and left. Cotillard's parents had some friendship with him, so this little thing was nothing. Marion was excited for a while, calmed down a little, and said with a smile, "Hello, Director Last. Do I need to prepare anything for the role? I have seen many of your works, and they are really great. Especially Million Dollar Baby and the recent No Country for Old Men, which are very touching. Haha, I'm glad you like my movie. It's always refreshing to be praised." Lemon said again, "Go try on the costumes first. Your scene is quite simple." Oh. Marion hurried forward. Watching her back disappear into the dressing room, Lemon shook his head and smiled. Compared to the first French Beauty, to win the Oscar for Best Actress for a foreign language film, she now has a different temperament of maturity with a hint of innocence. Or should I say, a classic style? When Marion changed into an off-shoulder short shirt and a short skirt, the contrast became even stronger. However, it was quite eye-catching. No wonder she has a good future. After all, there are so many second-generation stars, but few of them have made it, not to mention winning the Oscar for Best Actress for a French film. This is quite difficult. Sometimes, the Oscar judges are so stubborn that it's scary, and sometimes it's hard to understand what they are judging. In short, it's very contradictory. About half an hour later, the filming began. Although Marion arrived, Lemon slightly advanced her part of the scene, but now they still had to shoot the part where the 2 protagonists were looking for excitement. Of course, she made a small sacrifice by lowering her status to play a supporting role. When this part is over, she will shoot her scenes in advance, which will not cause too much trouble. Maybe Marion doesn't think so, and she may still think that she is willing to work with Lemon, but in the end, she is at a disadvantage. It is better not to delay other people's time. Anyway, there are few scenes in The Intouchables, so it doesn't matter which one is shot first. Omishi and Francois found a good position and prepared, and then the script supervisor hit the board, and this part started shooting. Omishi looked at Francois's place with a very curious look, and asked with a little inquiry, "Do you still feel it now? I mean, can you still climax?" Although the question was impolite, Darius's personality was like this, straightforward and a little rude, without any bad intentions, and even felt that his straightforwardness made people feel very comfortable. Francois also smiled shyly as he got into the role. Yes, ears can still feel. Omishi was surprised, but he also felt that he had to satisfy his old friend's needs. After all, he hadn't had pleasure for so long, and he must have been holding back. So, he found a beautiful lady to serve him, gently rubbing his earlobes, or breathing. Francois looked like he was enjoying it, squinting his eyes, and couldn't hide his smile from the heart. Then, Omishi lit a cigarette, and handed it to his mouth, to make him more comfortable. Not to mention, this scene was quite funny to shoot. There were several NGs, because Francois couldn't get into the climax state at the beginning, which felt a bit deliberate. Then he couldn't help it, and his body swayed unconsciously, which was also one of the mistakes. However, after a few more takes, Francois gradually found the feeling, and played out that subtle expression. In fact, the biggest highlight of the whole movie is the changes in values and outlook on life in the process of getting along between Philip and Darius, 2 people of different skin colors and different classes, and gaining friendship, which is a similar paragraph design that makes people smile. It can make the audience have emotional fluctuations. Apart from other things, at least the movie will not have a bad reputation. Chapter 662 July, subscriptions, votes required. Entering July, the 2006 summer season has unknowingly entered its final stage. This year's summer season ushered in the most brutal period of competition in mid-June. X-Men 3, The Last Stand, The Da Vinci Code, No Country for Old Men, The Breakup, Cars, and Superman Returns, all of which have good box office performance, are squeezed together. If the audience base is not wide enough, it is estimated that there will be no room. Of course, this is also because the first few works that were released have harvested a wave of box office first and are not in the strongest stage of screening, just like Mission Impossible 3 and Over the Hedge have quickly vacated the theater share. At this time, the box office situation of No Country for Old Men is even weaker. Although the word of mouth has maintained well, both IMDb and film critics have high scores, but the single day revenue of less than 1 or 2 million and the scheduling of less than 3%, and the number of theaters has also been reduced to 215, all announce that it has entered the final stage of the film. What's even worse is that on July 7th, the second part of Pirates of the Caribbean will be screened. This is another box office hit, but it has nothing to do with Firefly. Anyway, no matter how much it is squeezed, No Country for Old Men has already made a rough profit. Nice. The set of The Intouchables. Early in the morning, several staff members carried several large wooden boxes and took out several paintings bought from the gallery and hung them on the wall. The shooting order of this movie is from difficult to easy. First, the background board scenes of passers-by were shot, then some scenes of supporting roles, and finally turned to the two leading actors to complete the last few shots. As the shooting progressed, everyone's work enthusiasm was maintained well, and perhaps because it was smooth, there were no moths. Why is this painting so expensive? Because it's a work of art. Work of art? 30,000 euros? I can paint the same thing with 50 euros of paint from an architectural store. Seeing Omashai's skillful complaints and Francois's habitual accommodation, Lemon nodded with satisfaction and then shouted, "Okay, great. Thomas, adjust the number 1 camera to 30 degrees to the left of the door. Wide shot. Ryan, prepare to shoot the next shot. This one has passed." Hearing Lemon's call, Francois stood up neatly and reapplied his Macup under the guidance of the Macup artist. The orderly shooting made the entire crew run very efficiently. Because he had read the original book, Lemon had a very clear grasp of the shooting direction in his mind, and he could even handle the shots better and more appropriately at any time. There would not be many abandoned clips, and the workload would be smaller, which also meant that the shooting progress could be faster. All studios like this kind of confident director, with short construction period and high quality. This is why quick shooters like Spielberg are popular in Hollywood, while James Cameron is a cause for concern. It's not that his movies are bad, but that he always deviates from the plan. This kind of uncontrollable and ever-changing filming is really too much for many people to bear. After the priority of shooting the crowd scenes in the front, the later scenes are really easy, and it's easy to shoot 7 or 8 scenes a day. After all, the two leading actors are in good condition, and the long performance allows them to unconsciously substitute the corresponding emotions. After another scene was completed, watching Francois moving his body, Lemon asked with a smile, "How is it? Can you still bear it?" "It's okay. Now I'm waiting for the wrap up. Playing such a role is still not friendly to my age." Lemon heard it and couldn't help laughing. At this time, Omashi, who changed into a jacket, walked out of the dressing room. Lemon turned around and said, "The next shot is the turning point of your life. When you leave Philip, you should be more serious and solemn, less cunning and funny, and your eyes should show some reluctance." Omashi listened to Lemon's instructions and nodded gently. Privately, this guy is also a very funny and cheerful person, and he often makes very humorous remarks. After getting along with the crew for a long time, he is no longer cautious, and his personality is somewhat similar to that of Driss. And this set of shots is also when Philip sees Driss's brother, learns about his family, and realizes that he can't always let Driss take care of him. His family needs him very much, so he helps him find a new job. Therefore, this scene is also a scene that is more likely to produce tears. In other words, The Intouchables is a very heartwarming work, with laughter and touching moments, and the plot is not dull. In addition, it has an inclusive attitude towards French humanities and class relations. It is not without reason that it will be loved by most audiences. These days, too many people are holding back a sense of resentment, and it is better to watch more movies like this. After more than 20 minutes of preparation and arrangement, Lemon came to the director's monitor and observed it. He felt that the position was fine, so he nodded and said, "All departments, get ready." The script supervisor stepped forward and gently pressed down. Omashi sat next to Francois and talked about his story. A black man. His adoptive parents are not his biological parents. He is poor. His family relationship is complicated. And he has younger brothers and sisters to take care of. Francois listened to him in a very casual tone, and after a long time, he said, "You need to go back. What about you?" She frowned after spending so many days with him, and was obviously a little embarrassed. "They need you more than I do." Francois tried his best to suppress his reluctance, and pretended to encourage, "You can have a better life." She turned his head to look at Francois, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lyman. Your expression can be more relaxed. Although you are reluctant, you are cheerful, and will not make a sad face. You are willing to accept a new life, but you can't let go of Philip. You have to grasp this degree. You can even chuckle to relieve such sadness. In the original version, most of the shots here are close-ups. When a single person speaks, a short shot of a single person is given. This certainly focuses more on expression, but ignores the atmosphere. Instead, it is not as good as a medium shot. The two people are in the same frame, just like old friends chatting freely. And this performance also focuses more on the atmosphere. It is a scene that shows that they have changed from an employment relationship to a partnership, and there is less sense of restraint. Although the emotions of parting will be heavy, both of them have strong personalities, and are not fussy. Instead, after talking, they are very refreshing, and a little sadness will soon pass. Heart-wrenching but not too heart-wrenching. This is not a melodrama. It's more or less like this. She was reminded by Lyman, and noticed that his tone was too low and inconsistent with his character. He quickly replied, "Okay, I'll pay attention. Sorry, let everyone do it again." She is still a good person. No wonder he can get ahead as a black man. He apologized to all the crew members around him for the shooting error. His mentality is very calm. Moreover, the increase in workload is not a very comfortable thing. Saying this can also make everyone feel relieved. His emotional intelligence is good. Lyman made an okay gesture and the crew members immediately reset. 5 minutes later, the shooting started again. This time it was completed very well without any mistakes. Okay, this one passed. Lyman drank a sip of water and looked at the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. This set of shots was estimated to have been shot for more than 40 minutes. Francois, who was sitting in a wheelchair and could not move except for the neck, was obviously a little tired. Feeling that there was no time left to shoot, Lyman loudly ordered, "That's all for today, we'll end after a few ratings. Ryan, lock the props in the warehouse. Thomas, put the camera back in the car. As for the rest, remember to be on time tomorrow." Everyone took note, and when they heard that the show was over, they were very motivated to clean up the set quickly, putting away what needed to be carefully put away, and preparing what needed to be prepared in advance. Then they went back to the hotel to eat, rest, or have fun. This can be considered as some pastime for everyone after work. But after the shooting, Lyman went back to the room to check the scenes scheduled for tomorrow, so that he would have an idea of what was going on, and if there were any problems, he could quickly come up with a solution. The director is always the one who cares the most, and devotes the most, when the crew is filming. Even adequate sleep is difficult to guarantee, but it's just that there are too many trivial matters during filming. Chapter 663 Wrap Up. Subscribe, vote. July 8th, the filming of The Intouchables was finally completed. After the filming was completed, Lyman was going to return to Los Angeles, as he still needed to review several projects of Firefly. But before leaving, there were some people he had to inform, namely the bosses of the 3 studios, Gaumont, Pathé, and Europa, as well as people like Edmund who helped him a lot. Although people would not hold their thighs and stop you from leaving without saying hello, it would undoubtedly be very rude to leave without saying goodbye. It would make others think that you are immature and have no emotional intelligence, which is obviously not worth the loss. After all, it doesn't matter if you go back a day earlier or later. When Lyman brought up this matter, several studios took the initiative to organize a banquet, which was also regarded as the closing banquet of the crew of The Intouchables. Although the farewell dinner had already been eaten once, the kindness of others could not be ignored. After eating, drinking, and chatting, Lyman boarded the return flight the next afternoon. The weather in Los Angeles in July is also very good. The sun shines on my body, warm and very pleasant. Of course, the premise is not to stand in the sun for too long. After leaving the airport, Joseph and Lyman each drove a car to pick up Lyman, Ryan and the others, and went directly to Beverly Hills. Rest for a day, to adjust the jet lag. A revenue report on No Country for Old Men was delivered to Lyman. Speaking of which, this film has been gradually released in various overseas regions. In terms of box office performance, North America's $142 million failed to break through the $150 million mark, and overseas $173 million, with a total of $315 million. According to the current trend, North America deducts about 40% of the theater's share of $56.8 million, leaving $85.2 million. Overseas deducts 50% of the theater's share including taxes, and there is still $86.5 million in profit, which adds up to $171.7 million. Among them, the commission of Blue Butterfly Pictures responsible for distribution is not included. Putting aside overseas distributors such as Fox, EMI, and Gaumont, the film's box office revenue is still $102 million. After deducting various expenses, such as film production, crew bonuses, $25 million in public relations and publicity, about $10 million in labor, transportation, insurance and other miscellaneous expenses, there are still $52 million left. This money is a net profit that Firefly can get for the entire film, although the distribution has not been so fast. Among the distributors of this project, Fox is the one that has made the most money, at least $30 million in profit, and they have paid only for the channel network and a little convenience. Even if they don't use it in No Country for Old Men, they will support other works in the theater and public relations resources. Of course, this is only the box office income. After all, if the three studios that are only responsible for France only take the box office, it will be less than 10 million. The business of only 3 million divided by 3 is not worth fighting for. You know, offline and copyright peripherals have always been more profitable than box office, and they are still long-term and stable sources of profit. Although No Country for Old Men is a western crime film, selling toys and peripherals is not selling well, but relying on the word-of-mouth market of the movie, selling DVDs and TV broadcasting rights is still very profitable. According to previous operating methods, within 3 months, the TV pay channel will obtain the first round of broadcasting rights, and the total revenue from so many regions is more than 10 million. Then there is the rental and sale of DVDs, which is the biggest income, conservatively estimated to be no less than $80 million. France alone is at least more than 10 million, but this time, it is estimated to be no less than 3 years. It is a long-term sale of discs. Then there is the second round of broadcasting rights, the third round of broadcasting, and then it will be included in the film library to continue to make profits. This window-based and professional marketing model is the biggest backstage guarantee for Hollywood movies. Even if the blockbuster loses money, it can use time to slowly recover the investment. Therefore, everyone dares to shoot high-cost movies, which has led to the uninterrupted upgrading of surrounding industries. Therefore, according to the market department's forecast, in the next 3 years, No Country for Old Men is conservatively estimated to bring Firefly Pictures no less than $130 million in net profit, and the largest overseas distributor Fox even has nearly $65 million in revenue, and Gaumont, Pathé, and Europa have taken more than $27 million. It has to be said that channels are still important. If it weren't for the North American channel, Lyman would have already had a certain foundation, and the revenue that Fox could reap would easily beat the producer Firefly. Of course, if the box office fails, the theater resources invested by Fox Pictures and the more than $30 million in publicity and distribution expenses will also be wasted. Is there a risk with a return? It's just that the distributor bears less risk in production. Later, before Lyman could rest for a while, Francis Coppola personally called to invite him. Originally, Lyman thought it was very formal, but it turned out not to be. After entering the Coppola manor, Francis enthusiastically took him to his small courtyard and sat down as host and guest. Seeing Francis Coppola's attitude, Lyman's mouth curled up slightly. He got a response soon about cooperating with Sofia on the project. Hollywood is a place that emphasizes mutual help and mutual benefit. Those who give without asking for anything in return are saints, and they don't exist in the world of fame and fortune. And what kind of specifications of delivery and what kind of specifications of return should not deviate too much, otherwise the relationship will be difficult to maintain. Frisius obviously understands it very well, so he took the initiative to release goodwill as soon as Lemon came back. You know, Francis is a senior, his status is here, and secondly, he is also a famous director with a good market vision. Although he thought Lemon was worth dating before, he was not particularly enthusiastic. It can only be said that there was a basis for the transaction between the two parties, but unexpectedly, Sophia got a script from Lemon, a movie that is very suitable for her to direct. Her has great word of mouth potential, good subject matter, good story, and explores marriage issues and love views. It will definitely help Sophia's directorial career and make it smoother. After reading the script, Francis had some thoughts about Lemon's initiative to get close to him and offer help. Although Lemon didn't mention it, it's okay as long as everyone understands it, just like now. As dried fruit cakes, salad wines, and various exquisite dishes were served, Francis never talked about business, but only talked about topics such as film creation and some interesting things that happened during the previous filming of The Crew. Being able to talk about these things itself represents the host's intention, implying that I have received your intention. From now on, our two families are no longer outsiders. Let's see what we do. Of course, although the Coppola family is not simple and has a wide network of contacts in Hollywood, they still don't have much capital to fight for. But the key is that they can make up for Firefly's unfamiliarity with film critics and award juries. The two ate from noon to 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and they were full of food and wine. The banquet was coming to an end, and Sophia arrived. Francis made an excuse that he had some trivial matters and left space for the two. Sophia came from the set. When Lemon was filming The Intouchables in Nice, Sophia read the script thoroughly and immediately started preparing for the project. The filming team was familiar with each other from previous collaborations, and her father helped her accumulate connections. The budget of her is about 25 million, and the first 10 million has been transferred to the account of The Crew. Lemon doesn't have to worry about the leading actors. Sophia's vision in selecting people is still good, and the chemistry between the actors has always been good. For example, the combination of Ethan Hawke and Scarlett Johansson was decided this time. Among them, Scarlett Johansson is the second time to work with Sophia. Lost in Translation is also in this tone. Moreover, Scarlett in her early years was full of sexy and melancholy. It is not an exaggeration to call her an artistic girl. As for Ethan Hawke, you should be familiar with his image in Training Day and The Purge, but he is actually more suitable for boring and decadent roles. Troy Dell, the restaurant singer in The Four Graduates and the young Jess in Before Sunrise are both performances with a very depressed temperament. The two were not paid much, firstly because they had to keep the Coppola family's face, and secondly because Sophia was good at promoting people, and she readily accepted the roles when she was invited. The total was less than 3.5 million, of which Ethan Hawke was paid 3 million, and Scarlett Johansson was paid only 500,000, because she contributed the dubbing and narration of the whole film, and did not show up, but the workload was not small. Lemon resisted the intoxication, and chatted with Sophia for a few words, but he was still a little confused, so he was sent back by Francois. This was Lemon's own request. Chapter 664 CW TV Network. Subscribe, vote. Francis Coppola sat quietly in the room for a while. After seeing Lemon off, he saw Sophia walk in with a smile. She was really satisfied with the setting of the soft science fiction her. Then, Sophia recounted the content of the conversation with Lemon just now. It was mainly about production, shooting, production business and distribution. Generally speaking, Firefly's responsible for this project, giving money and resources, sending a producer to supervise, or making any requirements for distribution, which can be very strong. But Lemon did not do this at all. He just managed the finances of The Crew. The purpose was not to interfere, but normal fund management. Therefore, Francis continued to be the first producer in name only to support his daughter. Sophia made a movie, and Francis helped a lot. It was really thoughtful. Lemon is not a simple person. Francis was not confused by such politeness. He did not interfere in the filming, which made him look very generous. The Coppola family fell behind. Dare not to pay hard in the future? Of course, knowing is knowing, but this is an open conspiracy, and Francis still accepted this favor. First, the project itself is good. Second, even if they are pretending to be generous, they are really generous. How is the crew preparing? Francis put the matter aside and asked. It will be almost done once we choose the right location. Be more attentive, let alone Sophia's busyness. Lemon was in a good mood when he returned home. The same thing will have different effects when taken out in different occasions. If such convenience is given at the beginning, although it is still necessary to be grateful, it is hard to say how heavy it is. But now, it is Lemon who provides the project, funds, channels, convenience, and initiative to get close to him. Coppola owes Lemon a lot of favors. In short, transactions are also so complex and unified. What is unified is the purpose, and what is complicated is the process, so the results will also be inconsistent. Will it be the same if you are 100% attentive and 60% attentive? Since you want to get this senior network of contacts, of course you have to make the other party feel that it is worth it as much as possible. Besides, it is just a project with medium and low investment, and the style is suitable. Lemon could even imagine that Sophia's filming would be good. Maybe she would gain fame and fortune, while also bringing good profits to Firefly. If it was better, it would be Sophia's ability, and there would be no question of whether it was a loss or not. Well, it's not a pit anyway. When he got home, Eva came to greet him, but she didn't talk to Lemon as usual. Instead, she turned around and ran to the study upstairs. Something is going on, Lemon thought. When he entered the study, he saw Eva carefully taking out a document to study. It was about the production of the Juno project. Oh, by the way, after the project was approved, this movie has not been put on the right track. After going to Cannes, it was delayed. Lemon asked curiously, "Why are you looking at this? You are not suitable for this role. The age is not right." Eva rolled her eyes at Lemon and said with some worry, "It is becoming more and more difficult for me to find suitable roles in filming now. Suddenly I think it's not bad to switch to behind the scenes. Now I can learn more and know how to manage and make production plans." But she was very embarrassed and stopped talking. "But what?" Lemon smiled and said, "This is a good thing. Didn't I suggest it before? You said you liked acting more then. How come you figured it out now? Don't hesitate to talk to me." Eva said with a bitter face, "I have no experience, I have never been a producer, and I don't even understand the financial expenditure of the project. Can I do it well? And if I can act, it would be better. Although I also want to help you." Haha, why are you so sentimental today? If you want to do it, just learn it. I will ask someone to guide you. If there is a play, you can act. You can do whatever you want. You can even discuss investment projects with me, and I will check for you. Don't think too complicatedly. Relax. Besides, if you are tired and out of shape, I will lose a lot. Go to sleep. Wine can add to the fun. After drinking some white wine, Lemon was naturally in a brave state and had sex. After that, Eva didn't have the heart to think about anything else. Maybe it was because she didn't get any good projects after filming Casino Royale, so she had nothing to do, so she naturally thought too much. But this is not even a problem. On the second day, Lemon went to the company and learned about the progress of the company's various projects. Among them, Sparta finally entered the shooting stage. The macho army that was locked up in the training camp and trained hard was fresh out of the oven. All of them could show off their muscles. Of course, the leather armor pants and red cape are also designed to allow the actors to show off their bodies. If they were really filmed according to ancient wars, everyone would become Iron Turtles, which would definitely not be beautiful enough. In this regard, Zack Snyder still understands the audience very well. In addition, The Prestige has entered the post-editing stage, and Jonathan returned to the company to preside over the script writing of the third season of the TV series Prison Break. The focus of the play is around the audience's support rate and the most interesting characters, which is very flexible. Moreover, the broadcasting platform of this drama has been transferred from WB to CW. because WB's performance was bleak and it really couldn't continue to operate, even if it encountered a good boutique drama like Prison Break, and maintained it for a while. It was eventually abandoned by Warner Group. In early February 2006, Warner Bros. Negotiated with CBS Group and formally reached a transfer agreement to sell the WB-TV network to CBS in the form of cash plus equity. Conservatively speaking, Warner has recovered a lot of money in this transaction and holds a part of the equity in the new TV network, that is, CW, and does not have decision-making and management rights. CBS is also a veteran TV network. The financial backer is also involved in the broadband installation business. With money and strength, they will definitely not let Warner interfere in the operation of their TV stations. Naturally, the management of CBS will not miss the broadcast rights of the Prison Break series, which is the only one that WB can offer. After all, this drama has been fermented for more than 2 years and has many fans, and most of them are young audiences aged 16 to 24. Advertisers targeting this part of the market are still very willing to insert advertisements in this drama to promote products and enhance brand influence. Not to mention that 2 seasons of broadcasting, the ratings have gone from breaking 5 in the same period to easily exceeding 6 now, and it is also possible to reach 7 in the peak period. The potential of the series is there. After CBS replaced the management of the original WB-TV station and reorganized its assets, its Trump promotion project for the full season is Prison Break 3, and they have also re-signed a broadcasting copyright with Firefly, which is roughly $5.4 million per episode plus 30% of advertising revenue after the strength has increased. The advertising money that can be obtained has increased. It is estimated that, if there is no accident in the 3rd season, Firefly will bring no less than $80 million in net profit, and the actors will also benefit. Although they have signed a long-term contract that is considered to be harsh, now that they are famous, are they afraid that there will be no commercial endorsements or other roles? Therefore, the leading actors of the crew did not make any trouble to ask for a significant increase in their salary. Of course, if someone really does this, they think that the efforts of the entire crew are not as attractive as the attraction brought by a role, and the restrictive clause is to teach him that society is sinister. In this transaction, it also announced that Warner's TV network plan was half finished, leaving only HBO and a few local TV stations, and HBO is still a channel that survives on subscriptions. In fact, the risk is very high, and it barely supports Warner Group's layout in the TV field. Unfortunately, Warner is not Fox. It did not succeed in breaking through, and was strangled by the 3 major established TV networks. Of course, if we only calculate the gains and losses at the moment, Warner did not lose much. At least the funds invested in building the TV network were all taken back. It's just that so much energy, effort, and time were wasted. Then, Little Miss Sunshine was already finished and entered the post-production. This one was shot relatively quickly, and it took only 35 days to complete the shooting. After all, the scene is simple. In addition to the completed Pan's Labyrinth, Tower of Babel, and No Country for Old Men, the unstarted Juno, I'm a Hero, and The Intouchables on hand, Firefly's output this year is as high as 9. Of course, this number is still small. Lionsgate has 14 or 15 independent projects every year. In this area, Firefly still needs a certain amount of accumulation. After all, Blue Butterfly Pictures has been forced to use the last 8 film sources to make up the number, which is much worse than the 6 majors. Chapter 665. A few things that happened at the beginning of the year. Please subscribe and vote. While Lyman was worrying about the production of the Firefly project, Warner Bros. Was not at peace. In the chief office of Warner Bros. Century City headquarters in Burbank, Berrymeer sat opposite the production manager, neither of them talking. Sitting next to him was the distribution manager, who lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about the floor decoration of the room. Tell me, what should we do? Berrymeer frowned. The distribution manager looked up at the production manager and quickly turned his eyes away. This matter was obviously not our responsibility. After all, what the executive meant was that the box office of Superman Returns did not meet expectations, and the decline in the second week was too fast. Why? By the way, Superman Returns was released on June 28th, Wednesday. It earned $52 million in the first weekend of the Independence Day schedule. In the first 5 days of the premiere, it accumulated $84 million in North America. This market performance is already the best movie of Warner Bros. Since the beginning of 2006. But the problem is that the cost of Superman Returns is as high as $350 million. It can't be higher than the global market of X-Men 3, The Last Stand of $700 million, but at least it can't be too far behind. But judging from the current market performance, it seems to be far worse than the production manager muttered, and his mood was extremely bad. As early as the first week's results came out, he felt bad. This type of blockbuster, if it doesn't break 100 million in the first week, and the screening period is 5 days, it actually reveals a lot of problems. Originally, there was a little luck. Maybe the audience was still waiting and looking forward to the subsequent trend, but the box office fell by more than 40% in the second week, which also shattered similar expectations. However, bad things like to come one by one. Warner Bros. Has been unlucky this year. In addition to the poor screening of the highly anticipated Superman reboot, it also lost money on Poseidon a while ago. Looking ahead, Hatsuharu and Firefly have a bad relationship, and HBO is also quite dissatisfied. The three most influential people in Warner Bros. Sat together, and the production department naturally became the vent. After all, the distribution department has invested the highest level of resources in publicity and promotion. If the results are not good, it is obviously not the fault of the distribution department. Maybe it's the choice of director, the production manager suddenly said. The director he was referring to was naturally Bryan Singer, who directed Superman Returns. However, this person is the one who started the superhero trend. In 2000, his adaptation of X-Men achieved unexpected great success, which made Columbia, Warner Bros., Universal and other studios think about shooting superhero movies again. If he can't do it, doesn't it imply that the Superman theme itself is a pit? Thinking of this, even Barry Meir felt nervous. Because in the past 18 years, Superman Returns has been stumbling around, and it is really like a curse that accidents will happen. Christopher Reeve was paralyzed after falling off his horse in an equestrian competition, and the most classic Superman actor died of depression. You know, before the reboot of Batman, Superman was the one Warner paid the most attention to. There were proposals for the project every year, but it was always a little short. If Bryan Singer did not take over, it was not certain when the film would be completed. The distribution manager was about to agree, but Barry Meir stood up and said, "Forget it. No matter who is responsible, the production department will always bear it. Wait, I will explain to the board of directors. Also, please help me contact Christopher Nolan." The latter sentence was a little lonely. However, Barry Meir's meaning was also very clear. If there was any way to reduce the impact of the failure of Superman Returns, it would undoubtedly put the filming of Batman 2 on the agenda. The production manager nodded, indicating that he understood. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for him to make up for it. If you work in a big company, you will definitely not be able to keep your position without achievements, not to mention the film industry, where resignations are the most frequent. Johnson Campbell took the position of manager of the film production department of Warner Bros. Pictures in 2003. His predecessor left because of poor performance during his tenure. I didn't expect that he would be worried about this reason now. He came out of his boss's office a little lonely and did not contact Nolan immediately, but returned to his own office. As soon as he entered the door, he cheered up a little and called all the people he promoted and familiar subordinates over. These people can be regarded as the personnel foundation he has laid in the company over the years. Looking at the small group of 5 or 6 people gathered in a circle, Johnson suddenly didn't worry so much. After all, we are not alone. Kars and Campbell pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Everyone knows that the Superman Returns project did not meet expectations, right? Do you have any ideas? Guide public opinion and let the main creators of the crew stand up. Reduce the number of theaters and ensure the box office of each theater." Everyone talked to each other and exchanged opinions from time to time. They still proposed many plans that were beneficial to Kaizen. He did not stop them because he needed to prove that his position was still guaranteed so that this small group would not fall apart immediately. If Kaizen lost power, this would definitely happen. Ahem. Seeing everyone reveal their thoughts, Johnson Campbell coughed dryly and then said what the executive had just ordered. The company's next important film project has been decided to be the sequel to Batman. What do you think? This project is not bad. The previous Batman Begins has a good reputation among fans, and the production cost will not be too high. Well, if Superman Returns had not been repeated several times, raising the production cost, it would not be as uncomfortable as it is now. Yes. Filming the sequel to Batman. It should be more than that. Someone in the crowd said. What can you say? Johnson asked cooperatively. If it's just because a project failed, launching a low-risk work to recover the decline, this decision is definitely correct and can shut up many people. But, Firefly's side. The man frowned and guessed. Could it be that the company wants to ease the relationship? In addition, DC adaptation is the general trend of the company in the next few years. The failure of Superman is undoubtedly a trump card. Are they just going to sit back and watch the image of Superman not change substantially? So, this is not just a simple project establishment. Johnson Campbell nodded slightly. In fact, he had similar thoughts in his mind, because Barry Meer had expressed regret more than once in the past few months, and this emotion was even stronger during the meeting just now. After all, the purpose of suppressing Firefly was not to knock Firefly down with a slap, but just to make this studio understand its position and provide excellent film sources. Don't dream. Unfortunately, Firefly's strength has grown too fast. Its reputation for many years of production has also made some theaters very supportive. It can no longer be easily suppressed, not to mention that Lionsgate, Screen Treasures and other studios are also eyeing it and seeking a breakthrough. This is not a one-person affair. Moreover, Warner did not expect Lyman to be so bold. He would rather lack theater resources and reduce the overall profit in the future, but he was determined not to give in. Moreover, because the 3 Batman films were signed in exchange for Firefly's sufficient funds, it is impossible not to find Firefly for the filming of the sequel to Batman. As for why Nolan was found first, it may be that Barry Meer wanted to test the reaction of Firefly first. Well, it should be like this. Thinking of this, Johnson Campbell said, the project review will start tomorrow at the latest. As for Superman, that is not something we can decide. Let's think about how to make a good sequel to Batman. As he said, Johnson basically gave his group of interest groups a detailed account of his conversation with Barry Meer just now, and how to start, and how to do it. The only thing that was not said was a little emotional warning from Barry Meer about his dissatisfaction with his work. Of course, this could not be said. A group of people listened carefully, each with their own goals, and soon moved forward. It is not an easy thing to establish a project, especially for a large studio like Warner. Just going through the process, it takes several weeks to make a decision, because there are too many things involved in all aspects. For example, production investment, theater investment, tentative schedule arrangement, market prospects, and research reports must be kept accordingly for reference in future film screenings. This caution is also a common feature of large studios. Chapter 666 Superman is a pit. Please subscribe, vote. Warner acted quickly. The next day, Lyman learned about this from Nolan. When he arrived at the company, Lyman called Joseph to his office. Warner wants to start the Batman project, Lyman said as soon as they met. Oh, maybe they are anxious. Joseph was always paying attention to the market dynamics. In the new week, with less than 8 million in revenue per day, Superman Returns will definitely not be able to turn around. It has been declared a failure. Yes, a big production of 350 million, which was so bad in less than 7 days of screening. How could there be any market prospects? But, what other meaning does Warner have by doing this? Lyman pondered. I want to know too. Haha. Joseph joked, maybe DC missed the Superman market at the beginning of the adaptation, and Warner can't accept it. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it to heart. Lyman's heart moved. Yes, Superman is one of the 2 major mountains of DC. How could Warner give up, even if it was such a serious failure? In the future, they can't wait to use the gimmick of Batman vs. Superman, consume Nolan's accumulated reputation of Batman, and guide the audience. Isn't it also to establish Superman? After all, Batman was already gaining momentum at that time, but Superman was still in a miserable situation. Lemon continued to ask, so, is there a market report from Warner? What are their recent actions? This matter probably needs a special investigation. However, when Superman Returns premiered some time ago, I heard that Fox secretly let the crew go dark. After all, Bryan Singer, the confirmed director of X-Men 3, was poached by Warner the night before the script was completed. Warner did not do this properly. Joseph gestured that he could contact Fox. At present, Firefly's overseas business is all represented by Fox, and the relationship is in its honeymoon period. There is also this matter. Lemon missed a lot of things because he went to Nice to shoot The Intouchables. If Joseph hadn't mentioned it, Lemon would not have known that the shooting of Superman Returns was so tortuous. This also means that Warner really values Superman very much, and even poaching the opponent's corner is so straightforward, which is obviously offending people. Lemon pondered for a while, and felt that he still underestimated Warner's attention to Superman. After thinking for a while, he said, let Lyman contact Fox and find out Warner's recent actions. Also, have they not given up on Superman Returns? Although Joseph didn't understand, he responded and asked. About 2 hours later, Lyman called. Warner really did not give up on Superman Returns. Whether it was publicity or public opinion, they were deliberately guiding it in the direction of honor and defeat. What new Superman? Brandon Ross is the actor who is closest to the image of Superman in the comics. What 18 years of hard work, the new version of Superman is like the rebirth of the comics, and more are deliberately not reporting the production costs, always talking about fans' comments. Superman in the eyes of fans is of course the most perfect, but passers-by don't feel it. You know, the era when Superman was popular has long passed. This is not the 1970s and 1980s, and the new generation of audiences who have grown up don't have the so-called Superman sentiment. Of course, maybe Warner wants to create such a Superman sentiment again, otherwise it would not give up after the project failed, and continue to invest resources in publicity and guidance. After knowing this, Lemon was relieved. As long as Warner did not seek cooperation with malicious intent, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, Superman was a big pit, and a big fall was just the beginning. Later, Lemon instructed Joseph to ignore the invitation sent by Warner for a period of time and deliberately avoid contact. Knowing Warner's future layout, Lemon decided to add insult to injury and squeeze out benefits without thinking. Batman's investment matters cannot be separated from Firefly. Unless it is delayed until the contract limit period ends, it can be set aside. But if Warner is willing to wait until 2009 to start filming Batman and delay the market reputation that has been accumulated with great difficulty, Lemon will accept it. Moreover, the most important thing is that Superman Returns is giving Warner a headache. At this time, being tough will definitely have a miraculous effect. I thought Firefly was very generous after not responding for so long. To gain a foothold in Hollywood, at least you have to show your knives and means. Firefly's not so easy to target. Lemon thought secretly, no wonder it is said that the accumulation of capital is always accompanied by bloodshed. Since Warner does not want to give up Superman, and insists on hitting the wall, then use these market losses to pave the way for Firefly to move forward, and even more fiercely cut Warner. Moreover, with the failure of the TV network plan, Warner can't afford the failure of the DC adaptation plan. In the era of big hype, does Warner dare to stop? Perhaps, this year will be the year when the giant Warner begins to weaken internally. Before this, Warner's share of movies was always in the forefront. After this, there are more studios that can challenge its position. Disney's rise is the decline of several other studios. Maybe every studio has such a thing. The once huge MGM also suddenly entered a period of pain, and the years were not smooth, and it slowly collapsed. If Lemon could learn more about Superman's past, perhaps he would understand Warner's obsession with this role. Turning time to the 1930s and 1940s, that is, the era when DC Comics were created. At that time, comics were always a niche product. Even among teenagers, only a small number of people liked them. They were not presentable at all. Even in the traditional and conservative creative concept, comics were refused to be recognized as a literary work. However, it is undeniable that this special two-dimensional subculture will usher in its own spring because it has market space and popularity. In 1968, DC dominated the comic sales market. It was also in this year that they happily announced that the average single volume of the Superman series of comics reached 700,000 copies, with a total cumulative sales of over 20 million, easily surpassing all character images, except for Batman from the same school. But Superman is still the first. The most exaggerated thing is that Superman has become a symbol of that generation. Children and teenagers have grown up and become the mainstream of society. In later generations, many American comic fans always emphasize the DC orthodoxy, which is the product of those years, because DC at that time did have a taste of invincibility, loneliness, and coldness. Witnessing the influence of the two-dimensional subculture on the younger generation, Time Warner acquired DC at its peak in 1969 and firmly controlled it. The following year, Warner successively adapted DC superheroes and achieved great success. The already famous Superman and Batman became classic screen characters. Even in that slightly closed international relationship, Superman, who wore underwear outside, was still popular all over the world. The related animations, movies, posters, and photos once became synonymous with superheroes. In other words, Superman is the top traffic representative and the pioneer in this subculture trend. Even when Marvel went bankrupt for the second time and wanted DC to take over, it was rejected because it was unnecessary and affected the development of its own business. Besides, Marvel? What kind of company is that? The huge success gave Warner endless confidence and a steady stream of profits. It was also because of holding DC that Warner embarked on a road of rapid expansion, using the money earned to continuously make up for the shortcomings of the media, such as entering the television field, laying out industries overseas, and spending huge sums of money to upgrade its own studios. Until now, Warner Studio is still the shooting choice of more than 70% of the studios on the market. But it is precisely because Superman is too famous that he has been put on the big screen countless times in the past 30 years. The related tights and red underwear image is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, making the audience aesthetically fatigued by the unchanging Superman image. How to change? If it does not change, the audience will not like it. This is undoubtedly a century-old problem that has no answer, and it has been tormenting Warner. Therefore, after a long period of snow, the re-emergence of Superman still did not produce any chemical reaction from the audience. Although fans like it very much, it is obviously not acceptable to Warner. A vicious cycle may be simply summarized. In the eyes of outsiders like Lyman, Warner is inevitably somewhat restrained on the issue of Superman, holding a gold mine, but not knowing how to dig. But who can understand how much fame and fortune the previous Superman brought to Warner, and who has not had good memories? Of course, Superman cannot be given up. This is the view of many people in Warner, because it is the son of DC. Please subscribe for the third update please. Chapter 667, Twists and Turns. Fourth update. Please support, subscribe, vote. At this time, in addition to the filming experience and personal connections that he had accumulated, Lyman also had many references to the future development trend. The setbacks that Warner Bros. Encountered in 2006 seemed very common to many people. Who hasn't failed? Maybe after a while, the strategy will be adjusted, and it will be easy to recover. But suddenly there was such a person who knew that Warner would fall in the pit and fall ugly, and planned to use this matter to ask for benefits, which was absolutely impossible to prevent. And Lyman wanted to be the person who saw Warner's embarrassment from the side, and took photos to threaten him, no matter who, provided him with the opportunity to fall into the pit. In other words, to fall into the pit. First of all, there are 2 points. One is that there is a pit ahead, which is the road that Warner has to take, and the other is that he was distracted and didn't notice that there was such a pit. The road to take is naturally that Superman is the son of DC and must be adapted. The distraction may be the fascinating prospects revealed by the project itself. And why is it said that the director of the film, Bryan Singer, is unlucky and takes the blame, and the responsibility is not big? This has to be said about the process of project preparation. At the beginning, in 2003, Tim Burton was invited to take over as the project director, and he and Kevin Smith completed the first version of the official script. Later, due to various reasons, creative intervention and schedule conflicts, Tim Burton withdrew, and Michael Bay became the project director. Then his adaptation ideas were not recognized. Warner was concerned about Michael Bay's creative state, and whether he could make a good Superman. Let's use our imagination. There may be too many explosion shots. Warner doesn't like any explosion element in Superman to grab the audience's attention. So, Michael Bay was also out, and the second version of the script was cancelled. Then it came to Joseph McGinty-Mitchell, the director of the Charlie's Angels series, and still failed to reach a consensus with Warner and withdrew midway. Then it was taken over by Brian Renner, and there were signs of filming for the first time. But Brian Renner was too slow in casting. He rejected all the popular young actors and big-name male stars in Hollywood one by one, and he could not find a suitable actor to play Clark Kent. Because of his strictness or waste of time, Warner spent a lot of money and publicity expenses in the middle, but it was unknown when the project would start shooting. He could not continue, and this actor was also eliminated. There was a series of replacements in the middle, and even Nicolas Cage trained for the role of Superman, but failed to get it, and turned to star in other works without schedule. Cage almost became Superman, because he was a very popular male star in the industry at that time, especially in this time and space. Moreover, the project has not started shooting yet, but Warner has invested more than $50 million just for preparation, which is already 1/3 of the resources invested in a blockbuster. But Warner is still unwilling to give up the plan to implement Superman's appearance, and continue to look for suitable directors and actors. Finally, Bryan Singer, the pillar of Fox's director, was poached. At that time, he had directed 2 X-Men films, both of which were big hits, and was preparing for the third film, but was attracted by Warner's huge project discount. After Bryan Singer took over the project, he admired Jude Law very much, and tailored a role for him, but was rejected by Warner. This role was directly erased by Bryan. Then Warner executives proposed James Caviezel to play Superman, but Bryan was too famous for his role in The Passion of the Christ. A series of delays and disputes caused the investment expenditure of this film to rise to $350 million, but in fact, the part that was actually used for filming did not cost so much money, and it was repeatedly wasted in the middle. You know, the box office start of Superman Returns was better than Nolan's Batman Begins, and it also won the recognition of most comic fans. But why did one fail and the other succeed? Because Batman Begins only cost $150 million, while Superman Returns cost $350 million. If Superman Returns cost less, it would also be successful. Whether it can make a profit is obviously an important criterion for judgment. This is not just some data, but the most intuitive evaluation of the product by the audience. For a work that wins reputation, but loses the market, is it really acceptable to the studio? Maybe willing, but not very comfortable. From this point of view, Bryan Singer is also quite unlucky. Warner likes to interfere during the filming, which makes him unhappy. He took over a project that was almost difficult to produce, but failed because of excessive expenses and unsatisfactory box office. Who can he go to for justice? Even the newspaper reviews that have always been harsh did not mock Bryan Singer's directing ability. Perhaps we can know the judgment of the industry on this matter. This is entirely Warner's own fault. Of course, this director has no problem with his ability, but he is not a good person. Later, he was involved in the incident of sexually assaulting underage boys, and was boycotted by many parties. Even his alma mater, the University of Southern California, expelled him. What's more ridiculous is that Brian Renner, who was kicked out by Warner midway, accepted Fox's X-Men 3 project, which turned out to be a great success. Now he is still chasing Superman Returns in the box office market to snatch audiences. If Warner didn't dig Bryan Singer, Brian Renner would never have such an opportunity. Sometimes, novels always like to slap the face when the plot is right, because reality likes to slap the face more than novels. I just don't know if Warner's face hurts, and how much it hurts. while paying attention to the progress of his own projects and being responsible for the editing of The Intouchables, Lemon was irresponsibly fantasizing, hoping to better slaughter Warner and perfect the plan. By the way, after the second week, how much was the box office of Superman Returns? Oh, the total in North America just exceeded 130 million, and the global box office was 210 million. Overseas box office was even worse than in China. The final result was basically impossible to explode. It was estimated that it would not even reach 400 million. According to the box office sharing rules, even if Warner was strong, it would lose at least 150 million. Unfortunately, Superman's influence was still high. In the end, it relied on selling DVDs and peripherals to fill this big hole. It only lost 20 to 30 million. It was still too much loss in the middle. While Lemon was relaxed and making some small calculations, Barry Meir was angry and had a headache. How come these guys under him could not do something that seemed extremely simple to him, and they could also find a lot of reasons to explain their incompetence? Jason Campbell's contact with Christopher Nolan fell through. The person involved clearly expressed that he would use the attitude of Firefly to represent his attitude and refused to take over Batman 2. Of course, Nolan did not want to shoot Batman, but he meant that he should not shoot Batman without Firefly. Now, the two are a community of interests. Lemon has been very kind to him, not to mention that Nolan and Firefly have a very pleasant cooperation. His brother has become the head of the screenwriter department of Firefly. Moreover, Lemon also understands him and is willing to give him a lot of freedom. Where can you find such a partner who contributes money and effort and does not interfere? Therefore, Nolan rejected Warner. In terms of poaching, it really depends on Warner, but this time it failed to reach a consensus with the project director in advance and turned to put pressure on Firefly. Although Barry Meir only used this as a backup plan, first recruiting Nolan and contacting Firefly will have the upper hand in negotiations. Unfortunately, he still didn't agree. Moreover, Nolan was busy with the post-production of The Prestige and had no time to play any routines. His mind was not on this at all. In addition, Superman Returns gave too much pressure. During this period, Barry Meir was worried about this every day. Both overseas and domestic failures. The best expectation given by the marketing department was 400 million worldwide. But what's the use of 400 million worldwide? Can it satisfy the board of directors and calm the shareholders? They only know that the project that cost a huge amount of money to shoot has lost money. As for why the shooting lost money, naturally someone else needs to give a reasonable explanation. But how to explain? Bryan Singer was poached by Warner, the script was agreed by Warner, and even the casting was selected one by one with great difficulty. Moreover, it is actually quite stupid to blame the actors for the poor box office. Although the studio always likes to write soft articles with similar reasons to reduce responsibility, everyone actually knows that the actors are only the least influential link in the entire project. Distribution, production, specific shooting direction. Which one is not more important than the actors? Is it really that there is a problem with the creative concept? Barry Meir thought. Please support the fourth update please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668. Retro style is not good. Please subscribe, vote. Superman Returns is not a bad movie, and the actors are well chosen. Its failure is a typical high-budget risk out of control, and the creative concept deviates from the mainstream audience. Watching the whole movie, you will find that the main creators are very conscientious. There are many tribute scenes to the old classics, and the soundtrack is the kind that will sell well if it is released as a soundtrack album. Director Bryan Singer also spared no effort to shoot seriously, otherwise he would not have turned down X-Men Reborn and served as the director of Superman. However, the story is too old-fashioned. The new version of Superman still feels like the last century. How can the new generation of audiences accept similar aesthetics? Originally, the setting of Superman left the Earth for 5 years and came back again to feel that things have changed is a good focus. But how can the relationship between the characters be so bloody? It's an ethical drama. The new version of Supergirl has a new family and a child, and the villain Lex Luthor will be released because Superman did not testify in court. Is this a satire on the American judiciary? What's even more bizarre is that the biological father of Louise's child is Superman again. It turns out that Richard is a spare tire, and Luthor stole Superman's Kryptonian technology and actually mastered it. He also planned to build a continent to squeeze out another continent, and then sell the land to make money. Is this a satire on real estate developers and the rising housing prices? In the end, Superman defeated the villains again, and saved the Earth, but left Louise and her son alone, and continued to let them and Charlie start a family. Is this true love? If Superman's background is removed, the audience would think that this is a story about a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children for 5 years, but his wife still loved the scumbag after getting married, and they still didn't get together in the end. Really, all the 9 o'clock dramas are similar routines. Is Superman no exception? In addition, Superman's setting is awesome, and the advancement of special effects has made it possible to shoot those hot scenes, but Superman is still playing weightlifting. Lifting airplanes, cars, giant billboards that fell, and in the final boss battle, lifting an island. This scene is exactly the same as the old version of Superman. If others fly, you also fly, and if others lift weights, you also maintain it. But the problem is that it was difficult to shoot due to technical limitations in the past. Now that the times have progressed, it is still the same old way. How can the mainstream audience who are used to watching blockbusters appreciate it? Therefore, this film is only affirmed by fans because it is a kind of inheritance and a good memory, but it is not innovative enough. To be more precise, Warner's retro style is too much. And why the mystery of the blade can be successful? The same theme was filmed in Frozen. Nolan relied on the distinction from the old version, creating new ideas, opening up a new worldview, and a new character context, not seeking to be more changeable, but not unchanged. It is this difference in thought that Superman is doomed to have a bad fate. Now, Barry Mayer and Yeezy executives may have thought it through, but it is too late. It can be said that with Superman's strong appeal and dominance in American comics for more than 60 years and the mark of the times as a symbol of youth, as long as it is well managed, it will definitely not be worse than Spider-Man, not to mention mutants. However, many decisions made by Warner executives on the Superman project are more pitfalls than one another, and now the audience has more entertainment means than before. In other words, it is more difficult for bad movies to survive. There was no choice before, but now there is endless choice. Who is still spoiling you? Facts have proved that no matter how large the traffic base or the huge family business is, it cannot withstand the tossing of serial mistakes. In other words, Superman Returns just added a huge scar to the statue of Superman and prevented it from healing. Warner headquarters, in the chief office, Barry Mayer once again found several executives to discuss the development of the DC adaptation plan. This plan is a product of the trend of Super English, and who can be more convenient than DC for Super English hype? After all the copyrights of DC characters are in the hands of Warner and have never been released. Unfortunately, Superman is paralyzed. This is a huge blow to the entire DC. Before the release, they had imagined a template for setting off a trend of Superman sentiment, but reality and plans are often inconsistent. Everyone knows the importance of this plan, but in fact, they don't pay much attention to it. In other words, with the Harry Potter series in hand, Warner has no worries about projects in terms of making money from blockbusters. Sometimes, it is inevitable that energy will be dispersed and resources will not be fully invested in DC. Of course, such a plan is still the first choice. The failure of Superman Returns requires Superman to be refrigerated for a while and wait for these bad reviews to pass, but the fan reputation can still be guided. Maybe we can try to adapt a TV series, which can also bring up the topic of the character. Don't we still have Batman? If we prepare now, it will be released in the summer of next year. Batman. Production manager Jason Campbell looked at Barry Mayer's expression and found that he was not angry and slightly relaxed. The marketing executives didn't know that Nolan refused, and Firefly was delayed, and they still talked about the benefits of adapting Batman. After all, the results of Batman Begins are there, and it is impossible not to make a sequel. It can also drive the continued implementation of DC's adaptation plan, so why not make it? Actually, Sen was also very depressed. When he sent someone to find Nolan, the conditions he offered were really good. He also promised to give him the editing rights and very good directing treatment, and participate in the box office share. Poaching people, how can you do it without sincerity? But unfortunately, the other party just refused. What else can he do? As a result, he now needs to be more cautious when talking to the executive Mr. Meir, for fear of being blamed. Of course, Barry Meir was actually unhappy, but even if he was unhappy, he had to manage his expression in place, and still had a calm face without sadness or joy. After everyone finished speaking, he said with a serious face, "It will take time to make a sequel to Batman." Sen, what did Firefly say in response? Tell me. They said they want to renegotiate the North American distribution interests, and Firefly must participate in the distribution this time. Impossible. As soon as Sen finished speaking, someone retorted, "How can they put forward such excessive conditions? We have already given enough." Yes, absolutely not. There was a lot of discussion below, but Sen half closed his eyes and pretended not to hear, clearly acting like a narrator. If Superman Returns had not been as embarrassing as it is now, Firefly would definitely not dare to make any demands. But now the initiative has changed. It is Warner who wants to make Batman, and Firefly's not in a hurry. Of course, it can also be delayed until the end of next year, when the restriction period of the agreement expires, and Firefly will automatically be out, and will not have the right to invest in subsequent projects. But the question is Warner willing to wait? Slowly, everyone felt that the atmosphere was not right and became silent again. Barry Meir did not say anything, and the people below were not easy to make a decision. Finally, it was Sen who broke the silence. Now, the project has been frustrated. There must be a direction. If not Batman, what is better to shoot? The production manager asked a good question. DC has two big mountains. Superman can't keep up for the time being, and Batman is in full swing. If they don't operate the results they have achieved, will they take the risk of launching other characters? What's more, even Superman may not be accepted by the audience. If it fails again, it will be even more embarrassing. Speaking of which, Warner's concerns are not wrong, because at this time they have never thought about the linkage universe and the direction of B-level film shooting. The policy has always been to return to the 1970s and 1980s, focusing on Batman and Superman, and recreating the glory of DC. As for other characters, they are rarely considered, or in other words, there is no clear idea of adaptation at all. Moreover, due to the strategic adjustment of the board of directors and the fact that Warner's production business has not been going well this year, the entire Warner Pictures is somewhat hesitant. A senior executive of the marketing department also said, "Why not talk to Lyman directly? There is no conflict between us, and I believe that some small misunderstandings can be explained clearly." This idea is not bad. As long as the relationship with Lyman is eased, not only can the film business continue to cooperate, but the TV series will also benefit. However, the feasibility is not high. Because Lyman and Warner can no longer go back to the past. One wants to continue to move up, and the other wants to maintain the status quo. How can such a big difference in direction be negotiated? Chapter 669 clip. Subscriptions. Votes required. Barry Meir does not think that he is wrong to suppress Firefly. From Warner's perspective, when suppliers start to become strong, shouldn't the channel give them a warning and teach them a lesson? It's like if you are a mobile phone sales channel and suddenly one company feels that it has upgraded its technology or has other advantages and wants to use the highest level resources to distribute its products. Will you really agree? If you do this, what will happen to the mobile phones produced by your company, and what will other mobile phone manufacturers think? Oh, so they will favor him and don't want other mobile phone brands. Everyone will compare. In Warner's case, Warner is not only cooperating with Firefly, but also with other large and small studios. In the original system, Firefly relies on its achievements to demand better treatment and resources, which is fine, but if it exceeds the upper limit, it will be a change in the pattern, which cannot be agreed to in any case. The but determines the head. From the perspective of Firefly, the more skilled the production business is, what's wrong with getting more? A project that has been worked hard on, taking the risk of an uncertain future, just to let others make all the money? This is also why mobile phone brands nowadays have begun to engage in syncing sales and set up exclusive stores instead of regional agents. The latter has a fast development speed, but the greatest hidden dangers. The former is slow, but it is the most stable, one step at a time. Of course, Barry Meer did not expect that Lyman would rather take the pressure of insufficient resources and reduced film screening potential to open up channels. Moreover, what is even more embarrassing is that this channel is not only Warner's. Seeing that Firefly did not pass the line, the other several people were all holding an attitude of watching the show, and finally pushed Firefly to the opposite camp. So, it seems that the best way is to ease the relationship directly, but it is the most difficult to do. It is better to Dignalan. After all, if Warner could directly order Lyman to go east, if he wants to go east, and west if he wants to go west, would it become like this? It is because Lyman is disobedient. Ease the relationship. What can be used to ease it? What else can be done, except more benefits, that are unwilling to give? Barry Meer had no choice but to say, Jolson, you keep in touch with Firefly. As for the others, do we have no projects to shoot except Batman? As one of the top studios, Warner certainly has no shortage of projects to produce. Some of the projects are estimated to be scheduled for next year. Moreover, it is better to wait for a while before talking, so as not to give them the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity. Johnson replied, I will. In fact, Barry Meer admires Lyman very much. He never hesitates to treat talented directors to win over. In the first 2 years, the two companies cooperated very well. With such a wide range of production business and such a large global film market, there is enough space for these talents to display their talents. Therefore, Warner is really not afraid of the growth of Firefly's strength, because the cake of the film market cannot be eaten by one or two companies, and Firefly's lack of channels is the biggest flaw. At that time, Barry Meer thought he had found another director with great potential, a versatile director like Spielberg discovered by Universal in the early years, who could open up new territories for Warner, and both sides would win and benefit. But I don't know since when, I became more and more worried about his growth rate, and I couldn't control it anymore. The brave general who always charged forward under the banner of Warner actually began to act arrogantly and refused to obey orders. Perhaps, just like Spielberg broke up with Universal and established DreamWorks, Lyman no longer lingered on Warner's protection and began to work independently for himself. Why do talented people always refuse to be inferior to others? Or do people gradually grow their ambitions as they accumulate resources and status? Warner tried, but it didn't work, because Firefly was no longer a shell studio that could be easily manipulated. Kyosn was very annoyed. He was an executive of Warner's production department, but he couldn't even see Lyman. Looking at the extremely polite and annoying Joseph in front of him, he said seriously that Lyman was editing the film and no one would bother him, so why not wait and come back? Kyosn really wanted to yell, if you want to fool around, can't you find a better reason? Editing the film, not seeing anyone, making trouble. Firefly and Warner are at odds, and some sabotage has occurred. Kyosn is well aware of this, and he never thought that he could reach an agreement in one go or anything like that. But I have to meet him. Such an attitude still appears in Firefly, which once had friendly exchanges with the two studios, which is unavoidable. But it is just a sigh. After all, it involves the general direction and policy of the two studios. It is really not enough for a production executive like me. It's just that I took the task and had to work hard to coordinate. Joseph didn't lie, because Lyman was really busy in the editing room for The Untouchables. For this, he has been up for 2 nights and basically didn't leave the room except for eating. Editing can be said to be a secondary creation of the film. Whether the film is made according to the idea depends on how a director or team edits it. Therefore, editing is also the most important work in the post-production, and it cannot be sloppy at all. Sometimes, editing is fun, forgetting to eat and sleep is just the daily routine of all directors. Of course, not seeing anyone is definitely an exaggeration. Lyman just doesn't like to be disturbed, but it's not serious enough to see no one and ignore everything. After marking a editing point, roughly deal with it according to the connection between the previous and the next plot. After this section, repeatedly connect the previous and the next scenes for fine editing. After completion, watch it again, and Lyman nods with satisfaction. The drama The Intouchables is a relatively easy type to edit, because the main line is clear and there are not many branch plots. The scenes are all centered around Philip and Aris. It's basically okay to cut along the story marked at the beginning. Not to mention that Thomas and Ryan also help from time to time, and they don't procrastinate or delay, so it only took 3 days to complete the editing of the entire film. The content of the film is about 110 minutes, which is slightly more concise than the original version. The main reason is that the scene transition is cleaner and less dragged out. After the editing is completed, there are follow-up work such as the insertion of the opening and ending credits, the insertion of the animation logo, and subtitles, narration, sound effects, and soundtracks. Of course, Lyman doesn't have to do all these himself. With the professional team taking over, the film will only be more perfect. When he left the editing room, Joseph reported some things to Warner. After listening to Lyman, he knew that Warner was still insisting, so he just smiled and ignored it. This time, the conditions they offered were indeed very harsh, and Warner would never agree. After all, the distribution business of this kind of film is the biggest money maker, and it is also the channel operation that Warner relies on for its foundation. How could it be possible to give a share to Firefly? Of course, Lyman's purpose was not actually to ask Warner to agree to such harsh conditions, but just to set a higher price first, so that when the negotiation comes, it can get more benefits by making a few concessions. This can also be regarded as some small skills in negotiation. Anyway, I don't know whether Warner is in a hurry, but Firefly is definitely not in a hurry. This year, the development of Firefly's project is still relatively smooth. Even award-winning films such as Pan's Labyrinth and Tower of Babel can basically make a small profit because of the operation of connections and awards without the risk of loss. What else is there to worry about in production? In order to consolidate the North American channels, Blue Butterfly Pictures is having a hard time. Speaking of which, unless the channel dealers are at the top, the lack of film sources is also a headache for the distribution company. After all, it depends on luck which studio has a good project. Coupled with the head effect, the middle and lower level studios basically don't favor channel dealers like Blue Butterfly. For the same project, Blue Butterfly Distribution estimates that the profit and income will be 10%, 20%, 20% or 30% less than the big six. And the more resources are needed, the more so. In this way, even if the big six take a higher commission, they can make the cake bigger, and every point is more profitable than the small channel dealers. No one is stupid with similar calculations. Even Lionsgate is backed by its own independent production and capital forces throughout Europe. It looks for film sources from Australia, Italy and other places. It has relatively few North American businesses, and it is all accumulated through usual connections. Of course, Blue Butterfly can still make a living after all. Such pains must be experienced, and all distributors are no exception. Chapter 670, The Edge of Society. Lyman watched Warner's calculations go smoothly. The trend of Superman Returns is also developing in a bad direction, and Warner's attitude towards Batman has become more complicated. However, the two sides are still deadlocked, and it depends on who softens first. Well, Firefly doesn't matter anyway. In the office, Lyman dealt with the allocation of some progress reports and picked up the recent newspapers to read. The recent movie market has become a special show for Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Dead Man's Chest. It premiered on July 7th and won more than $135.6 million in the first weekend. This is the correct way to open a big investment movie. The 145-minute feature film of pirates, led by Captain Johnny Depp, frantically strangled the 150-minute Superman Returns, which made the Superman customer flow, which was already cold in the market, even worse, with a year-on-year decline of more than 60%. Some media joked that Superman Returns is a movie whose total box office in North America can only maintain a strong performance for 1 week. Not to mention, the Pirates are very stable, sitting at the top of the box office for 3 consecutive weeks, and even after breaking 200 million, they still can't stop their pace of plundering the market. Looking at the soft text propaganda about Depp and others in the newspaper, Lemon couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Depp made Pirates, and Pirates also made Depp. You know, Disney still gives Depp a lot of salary, and the conflicts of interest are also a lot of trouble. In the final analysis, it is too easy for the creators to ask for high salaries with confidence in the series of movies. Otherwise the studio will be prepared for the audience to scold and boycott the replacement of the protagonists. Lemon put down the newspaper and continued to look at the work arrangement. When he was relaxing, the assistant Mets knocked on the door and came in to report, "Boss, Alfonso Cuarón is here. Do you want to see him?" Of course, let him go to the reception room. Lemon put down the documents in his hand and said, "Alfonso Cuarón was born in Mexico City in 1961. This guy's dream, since childhood, was to be a director or an astronaut, but because he didn't want to join the army, his dream of becoming an astronaut was considered to have withered. But he is still passionate about being a director." In 1973, Alfonso received a camera as a gift on his 12th birthday, and thus came into contact with photography. After graduating from high school, due to his parents' opposition, Alfonso began to use his spare time to contact formal directing teaching and audited at Kook. In 1983, at the age of 22, he made a short film, The End of Time Quartet, and officially embarked on the road of directing. In 1991, a black comedy about AIDS love in hysteria attracted the attention of some Hollywood distributors, and thus entered Hollywood to develop. In a blink of an eye, many years have passed. He has gone from a small director who was not valued at that time to a famous director who has taken over the production of the Harry Potter series. The transformation is all due to his past achievements and qualifications. In other words, if you are not born well, and there is no wealthy family with director connections, most directors have survived step by step through their works. Anyone who has made it to this day must have the ability and a solid foundation. Under the instigation of his good friend Tuoluo, and because he was optimistic about the development of Firefly and admired Lemon himself, Alfonso Cuarón approached Firefly. After supervising Pan's Labyrinth, he brought one of his project ideas. After waiting at the front desk for a while, Lemon's assistant Mets came to greet him in person. When he went to the reception room and saw Lemon, his close attitude made Alfonso feel comfortable. "Director Cuarón, do you have any good stories that need investment?" Lemon asked after some politeness. Alfonso was not shy. After all, he came here for a more free filming environment. "Yes, the inspiration for my new work came from some ideas when I was supervising Pan's Labyrinth. These few months have been slowly perfected." After speaking, he took out the script and the general idea of the project shooting plan from his bag. Lemon took the script, which was called The Edge of Society, and was stunned for a moment. After reading the content again, he was even more stunned. Because Lemon knew very well that Alfonso Cuarón in the original Time and Space had never made a similar movie. It was obviously a deviation caused by the change of his life trajectory, or he had a similar idea of shooting, but he didn't get the approval of the investment or the studio, so he didn't shoot it. But the latter possibility is smaller, because how to say this script, there is still market space, the investment cost is not high, and the hope of profit is very high. So, it should be the butterfly effect caused by the trajectory deviation. Because at this time, Alfonso Cuarón will indeed break up with Warner, because the box office of Prisoner of Azkaban did not meet expectations. Although it is the most restored novel and the story is more intense, the heavier style and theme do not meet the tastes of young audiences. As a result, the box office is a bit worse, and then the senior management of Warner will be cold to him. If Firefly hadn't intervened, Alfonso Cuarón should have cooperated with Universal once and shot Children of Men. Children of Men is a project that Universal has had for a long time. There was a trend of production in 2002, but it was shelved halfway due to the director's problem, and it was taken over by Alfonso Cuarón. You know, Children of Men is adapted from the novel of P.D. James. This female writer is a very prolific and influential mystery novelist, and many of her works have been adapted into the big screen. Therefore, the copyright of her novels is very popular and has long been taken away by major studios. Lyman read the script carefully and asked curiously, "Why do you want to shoot this kind of subject?" Alfonso Cuarón thought for a while before answering. "I talked a lot with him when Gyro was shooting Pan's Labyrinth some time ago, and the idea came from the chat. Now the issue of immigration is actually very serious, especially for here. You know, I'm Mexican and can understand some of the illegal immigrants from the US-Mexico border. Later, I conducted an in-depth investigation and got a lot of materials, which led to this film project reflecting illegal immigrants." Well, Lyman almost forgot that this director is not only good at science fiction, but also has a literary atmosphere. And this Society Edge tells the story of those Mexican illegal immigrants hiding in the United States and being despised by others. The subject matter is heavy, but it is told in a plain and relaxed way, without the kind of suffocating sense of depression. In other words, Alfonso Cuarón wanted to make a depressing subject calmer. This is in line with his style. The interpretation of maternal love in Roma is also quite calm. Perhaps science fiction has a great influence on him. He always has a sense of being a bystander when making art films. It must be said that Alfonso Cuarón still has a personal imprint in terms of this very stylish directing method, and this subject is also suitable for him. "Please sit down." Lyman waved his hand. After Alfonso Cuarón sat down on the sofa, Lyman asked again, "How much is the investment?" Alfonso Cuarón was stunned, and then he was happy. So straightforward, as Tuo said, as long as Lyman himself approved, the project could be prepared for shooting immediately without the intervention of many complicated people. "I made a project budget, which is about 18 million. I want to shoot in two contrasting imaging styles of black and white and color, which requires more money," Alfonso explained. "No problem. Your director's salary will be included in the investment, and you will participate in the box office share. Well, 3 million for 30% of the box office net profit and 10% of the copyright. How about that?" In this regard, it is similar to what was said before. If the box office is profitable, Firefly will not hesitate to reward it with a share. If the box office fails, it will take less for the next project. In fact, Alfonso Cuarón himself is very satisfied with this kind of cooperation. In the past, he always received a fixed salary and occasionally got some bonuses when the box office sold well. It is not like now that the salary is linked to the box office. The better the performance, the more you get, and the more motivated you are to shoot. Generally, only first-line directors have the bargaining chips to negotiate with the studio for a share, and Alfonso Cuarón does not have much confidence to bid on this. As for Lyman, he also knew in his heart that Firefly was definitely much worse than the Big Six. The preferential conditions he could win over, in addition to rarely interfering with the creation, were to change from a superior to a subordinate to a benefit partner in terms of treatment. In addition to this, Firefly actually did not have many bargaining chips to win over talents. However, many of the directors he made friends with joined Firefly before they were successful. Chapter 671 Perelman's Proposal. Fourth update. Please subscribe. In the office, the atmosphere of the conversation was very leisurely. Looking at Alfonso, who was so happy that his mouth was raised, Lyman chuckled and said, "Director Cuarón, your ideas and shooting ideas are excellent. I can't help you in this regard, but it will be more convenient for the crew on the set if you have a producer. As for the trivial matters of logistics management, financial expenditure and dealing with regulatory agencies, I will arrange other people. But don't worry, he won't interfere with your shooting. Hollywood is a producer-centered system after all, and Alfonso Cuarón has only been able to serve as a producer in recent years, since he entered Hollywood. By the way, he just came here from Mexico and is not used to it, because if the producer has to understand shooting, then what is a director for? Of course, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and it will be more convenient to have a producer with the union." And Lyman's proposal was obviously for Alfonso Cuarón's sake. After saying that, Alfonso raised his head, feeling deeply for a moment, and said in a slightly raised tone, "I will make this project well, and consider it carefully. You have carefully conceived a project. Of course you will arrange it, and I believe no one knows you better than you. Moreover, you have rich filming experience, and I'm very confident in your work. Firefly will be responsible for the funding and distribution, but you will have to work hard on the filming and production. I actually have only one request: to make myself satisfied and make a good movie. This is the responsibility of a director. What do you think, Mr. Cuarón? Of course. After the theme of the edge of society about Mexican illegal immigrants was decided, Alfonso did not stay for long and took the initiative to say goodbye and left the preparation crew. In this regard, Firefly does not need to worry about it. A director like Alfonso, who has been in Hollywood for many years and has a lot of experience, knows many people, and the familiar filming team must have candidates. With the money and resources in place, the rest is not a problem. So, when Alfonso walked out of the Firefly building and drove back home, he was still thinking about the smooth journey. In other words, this was the least procrastinating time since he started filming. There was no tedious review, no rules on who to choose as an actor, no strong intervention, and no one had to join the crew through the back door to get seniority. None of these big studio shits happened. But the more Alfonso thought about it, the more he thought about it. It seemed that Lyman was strong and directly confirmed the project, which saved time, but without complex market and audience research, the project risk was also increased. For a film company, is this a good thing or a bad thing? He didn't know that the reason why Lyman recognized him so much was not because the project of the margins of society had great prospects. In fact, the market capacity of a literary film was not as broad as that of mainstream commercial works, but because he had an impression of his development as a person and knew what he was good at. In addition, he wanted to win him over, which made it very convenient. If he replaced someone he didn't know and had never heard of the project, how could he be so easy to talk to? Lyman was not a sucker who was generous and didn't ask for anything. If he replaced a newcomer, I'm afraid the process would still have to go through, and it might not work. How is it? What did Mr. Last say? After returning home, Gyro saw Alfonso and asked. Recently, Gyro has nothing to do. Pan's Labyrinth will have to wait until September to go to a few small European film festivals to sell copyrights, and then compete for next year's Oscars, and then sell a wave of box office, which is basically done, and the rest depends on whether the word of mouth is good. Most award-winning works actually have a long timeline, which can be regarded as another distribution method. Compared with the normal theaters, to compete for box office, it is more profitable for literary and artistic works to expand word of mouth from film festivals first. The expansion of fame and fortune is also a good thing for directors. Therefore, Gyro has been running to Alfonso's place when he has nothing to do recently. The two live not far away and often communicate about film shooting. After all, the identities of these two people are naturally close. After entering Hollywood to seek development, they have not lost contact and are still very familiar with each other. In comparison, the other Alejandro seems a little estranged. Of course, this is also because the latter debuted late. Alfonso was in a good mood. He had just received investment and confirmed the project. When he heard the inquiry from Gyro, he immediately smiled and said, "It went smoothly. I knew it. Lyman is a director, so he can understand directors more. He won't blindly chase the market and force deletions." Yes, this is what I appreciate most. Alfonso agreed. Alfonso and Gyro exchanged their views on Lyman. They both felt that working with such a person who is familiar with the work of directors would be more motivated and more active. But at this moment, Lyman, who was being discussed by the two of them, was meeting with another General Rodriguez Perelman. This guy's indeed a veteran in the peripheral market for many years. After entering Firefly, he soon pulled out a team to travel all over the country to provide assistance and data for the development of the copyright of the Firefly project and negotiate with major offline giants to strive for promotion resources and profit sharing. It can be said that since he joined, even Lyman's work has been shared in part, and he has done a good job in the peripheral market. On this day, he had been out for a few months again. The first thing he did when he returned to Burbank was to report his work achievements to Lyman. When he arrived at the company, Maze was waiting for him downstairs. Seeing him walk in, he immediately led the way inside. Passing by the employee area, people looked at everyone along the way. This was mainly because Rodriguez rarely worked in the company, and he was in charge of copyright syncing affairs. He had a high position in the company, and was already the head of a department. He was probably more curious. And Rodriguez also felt emotional. His transfer from Lionsgate to Firefly was indeed the right thing for him. Lionsgate already had a corresponding foundation in this area, but Firefly, because it started late and developed rapidly, lacked manpower and foundation in many aspects. When he arrived at the chairman's office, Mays went in to report. After a while, he heard a voice from inside. "Director Perelman, please come in." Lemon was sitting in the boss chair. Seeing Rodriguez walk in, he said calmly, "Sit down first." "Thank you, boss." Rodriguez sat down on the sofa respectfully, looking straight at Lemon seriously. "Director Perelman, don't be so reserved." Lemon stood up and walked to the sofa opposite Rodriguez and sat down again. "How are you feeling recently?" This kind of greeting and intimacy made Rodriguez very happy. With a little fear, he dared not look at each other at this moment and could only say yes repeatedly. Lemon's attitude was justified. For important subordinates like Perelman who were not easily replaceable, familiar with the business, and able to develop market performance, Lemon was never willing to make the relationship between them particularly formal. Occasionally being friendly can obviously deepen the relationship between the two sides. In the internal report of Firefly Company in the first quarter of 2006, the proportion of revenue from copyright peripherals that Perelman was responsible for increased by 20% compared with last year, and the market space and local foundations all increased. Don't underestimate these. The copyright development of Firefly's production projects is added up. Only in the offline area, 20% means that more than 16 million can be earned. You know, the accumulated market of multiple works has roughly earned more than 80 million per quarter in previous years, but this year it has set a new record again, breaking 100 million for the first time. Moreover, this is a long-term profit. A movie with good box office usually has a profit cycle of 2 to 3 years. If you earn more than 1,600 years per quarter, you can earn more than 64 million a year, which is still very good. After all, those who are engaged in the film and television industry can gather wealth, as long as the project is good. Looking at the financial reports of Warner, Universal and other studios, the box office has never been an important revenue. A Harry Potter series, from the first to the fourth, conservatively estimated that the copyright development can bring more than $3 billion to Warner, which is pure profit. Moreover, Rodriguez Perelman is very serious about his work. He is not like some employees who have no drive and look lazy. They run around everywhere without saying vacation or always asking for higher treatment. He does his job well and often helps Blue Butterfly Pictures to visit and investigate. In this regard, Lyman often praises him in front of Lemon, saying that he is enterprising and united. How can a boss not like such subordinates? Immediately, Lemon will give bonuses to their entire team to encourage their efforts in work. The money was not much, just 2 months' salary for each person, and at the end of the year, Lemon was planning to reward the management team and win them over again. Chapter 672 Role Value. Please subscribe and vote. When talking about copyright development, we have to talk about image licensing. Rodriguez often deals with Mattel and gets a lot of sales data from them. Talking to Lemon, he said with some emotion, "In this area, our company is still just starting out, but being weak also has its advantages. That is, there is a huge room for growth, and we can see results quickly. However, does the company plan to develop animation projects?" Rodriguez continued, "Animation projects are the best carriers of image licensing. If there is really a movie that can be loved by young audiences, the basic profit will be several times the box office. Boss, you know the movie Over the Hedge that was released in May? Yeah. You continue. The North American box office is 155 million. After deducting the theaters, production team and distribution expenses, there is basically no profit. But in the offline market, the licensing of characters such as Raccoon and Possum can bring at least $200 million to DreamWorks Animation. On the first day of the doll's launch, Mattel's sales channel sold more than 20,000 related image products. The cost of each doll is compressed to $1 or $2, but the selling price is not less than tens of $. Not to mention that the image patterns on the pull rings, keychains and other decorations and clothes are easily accepted by potential buyers. This is really, with such huge profits, Firefly has not yet had a good means of intervention. To be honest, although live action movies can also make money by selling DVDs, animation can make money from children faster and easier. After all, the money that parents spend on their children is always impulsive, and the surrounding products happen to need this irrationality. The deeper Rodriguez understands the market, the more he regrets that his company cannot eat this cake. A popular animation, like Toy Story, can be eaten for 10 to 20 years. The income is simply too exaggerated compared to the cost. This is the charm of animation. Lemon was also very sorry about this. However, he really didn't understand animation production. Asking him to do this was like throwing money in without hearing any sound. Lemon always kept his distance from unfamiliar fields. After all, animation is simple to say, but from beginning to end, it requires countless professional talents and countless inspirations. Without a mature team, only a few people were recruited, and they didn't have the environment to create. Moreover, Lemon didn't know any talents in the animation field, which made him even more embarrassed. But after hearing what Rodriguez said, "Is there any good solution?" Lemon asked, "Does Director Perelman know any experts in this field?" In fact, the whole company, including me, are very happy to start the animation production business, but there has been no suitable manager to take charge. As long as there is a team, the funds and the required resources can be met. I can guarantee this. After speaking, he looked at him. Rodriguez quite agreed with the animation business, but he only suggested or sighed, and didn't pay attention to the relevant professional talents. In other words, what conditions are Firefly's advantages? With increasing financial resources, decent industry resources and the support of the boss, what are the disadvantages? It is very difficult to create something from scratch, and the creative environment is not good. It is not as good as the top companies such as Blue Sky, DreamWorks Animation and Pixar, which are obviously more attractive and difficult to poach. In terms of treatment, Firefly may not be able to compare. The only good thing is that once you come here, you will be a backbone and your upward space is not blocked. This is a big temptation. But the animation department is a blank sheet of paper, and there is no foundation for those who want to enter the management. Of course, the boss has tasks, and Rodriguez also tries to be responsible. In the future, I will pay more attention to the personnel situation of several animation studios to see if there are any good options. Okay, let's talk about this later. Lemon knew that Rodriguez just mentioned it casually and there was no good solution. He was disappointed, but he immediately suppressed this negative emotion and showed a friendly smile again. In fact, there is no rush. This business still needs a lot of consideration. If you rush into it, it will also affect the development of the current projects that are on the right track. Yes, Rodriguez answered casually, but still kept it in mind. First, if the company carries out animation projects, it will be extremely beneficial to him. Apart from other things, the performance will at least increase a lot, and the business in charge will be more important, so the status in the company will naturally be higher. Second, he really wants to further explore the image licensing aspect, and animation is obviously the best stepping stone. Therefore, Rodriguez sincerely hopes that the company can add new business scope. The two chatted for a while, and then talked about the progress of copyright development this year. Finally, Lemon encouraged Rodriguez and he left. After he left, Lemon was still thinking about the issue of animation in the office. But based on his previous life's understanding of this aspect, Lemon could only remember a few familiar projects at best, that is, the results, and the process was still difficult for him. If it was a movie, he might be able to do it well by reversing it, but animation and real people are completely different things, and Lemon could not create a whole mature team to take charge of these. Instead of daydreaming, it might be easier to directly acquire it. But for an animation studio, that can be on the table. It is embarrassed to ask for it without a foundation of 20 or 30 billion. It is still quite difficult for Firefly to raise so much money, unless it gives up its own well-established production business, but this is impossible. After thinking about it, it is still difficult. In contrast, those who traveled through time and space to become directors or engage in the film and television industry, they develop animation business at every turn and don't think about it. Even as strong as 20th Century Fox, it acquired a ready-made Blue Sky Studios and prepared for 4 years before launching its first official theater project. As for Disney, a hand-painted old company, it took a long time for it to transform. Finally, it had to spend $7.4 billion to acquire Pixar to complete its animation creation. Does Disney lack animation talents? No. But hand painting can't keep up with the times, and the audience has changed. In order to update the business, it invested $7.4 billion. This happened in January this year, but it was not until now that the two companies slowly integrated and became stable. Previously, the cooperation model between the two parties was like this: Pixar produced, Disney distributed, and the box office and expenses were shared equally, and the distribution profits all belonged to Disney. This model brought great success to both parties, but Jobs was always dissatisfied with the profit distribution method in the middle. The two companies argued for countless times, and even ended their cooperation briefly. But the result is that Disney spent a huge amount of money to finalize the acquisition plan. For Disney, the key is not how expensive the deal is, but to re-establish its leading position in the animation field. Animation is the gene that this group is proud of. Even so, the two companies still inevitably entered the pain during the integration process, so that Pixar's output and quality declined significantly. Therefore, expansion under the condition of strength will not only enhance the overall strength, but also rapidly expand the territory. However, inappropriate expansion will obviously bring huge variables to the originally balanced pattern and become indigestible. Lyman is very clear that those head animation manufacturers are not something that Firefly can take advantage of, at least not now. For a North American channel, it is not easy to operate no matter how much money, energy, and time are thrown in. Animation is obviously not that simple. Making full use of current resources and advantages, reducing the constraints of external unfavorable factors, and achieving the desired results is the best choice. Then it seems that the most suitable way for Firefly to carry out animation business is to first find a competent manager, and then under his leadership, spend 2 or 3 years to gradually advance and accumulate, and finally tell the results. With a specific idea, Lyman can only be down to earth, focus on the areas within his power, and use all available resources to prepare for the changes in the world in a year and a half. Although animation is difficult, film and television projects are no longer so difficult for Firefly today, or it is just a matter of assessing risks. From 2003 to now, Firefly is growing into an efficient production company, and its every move can affect hundreds of practitioners. Chapter 673 Season 1 ends. Subscribe, vote. July 22nd, Saturday, is the day when the first season of Breaking Bad ends. Or rather, after 2 months of broadcasting, tonight will be the day when it will end briefly. Unlike the somewhat embarrassing ratings when it first aired, the slow-burning drama has maintained a very stable growth in the audience while ensuring quality. Most people don't want to get out of this bit after they really get into it. Walter White, this unlucky guy, is truly paying for and enjoying his ambitions after his life countdown. Although he is a villain, he has a unique charm. So, when night falls, many people stay in front of the TV and lock on the Fox channel. East side of Chicago, Ellie is one of those waiting for Breaking Bad to be broadcast. On weekdays, in his high school, many classmates like to discuss this TV series. Gradually, he became fascinated by this work. It is right to watch it on time every week, or it can be said that the urgent desire to watch the movie prompted him not to miss the broadcast of the new episode. After the familiar opening, the story begins. Continuing from the last time, after Leo Bay started selling drugs, the anti-drug police, where his brother-in-law Aki Yang worked, soon discovered that there was a new type of iced drug product with a purity of up to 91% on the market, and began to track down and investigate the source of the goods. After a lot of effort, the Narcotics Bureau discovered that the school, where Leo Bay worked, had lost the corresponding materials, and immediately began to inquire, but of course, there was not much to find. Then, Xiofen wanted to sell her dilapidated house, and the real estate manager tried hard to sell it to the client, but everyone had doubts about the corroded ceiling. Leobe and Ahan reached a deal, and when they threw the money to Xiofen was surprised how Leobe got the money from such a person. This section is a very classic technique, flattering in terms of identity. A drug dealer successfully cooperated with a ruthless person who was famous for his ruthlessness in the underworld, which itself brought a sense of excitement and dramatic tension. As the audience appreciated Leobe more and more, Leobe proposed to make 2 pounds of drugs to complete the transaction. Xiofen was depressed and said that the raw materials were insufficient and he could not make it. As expected, on the day of the transaction, in the abandoned car dismantling yard, Ahan was very angry and felt that his time was wasted. But Leobe still asked Ahan to give all the drugs first and pointed out that he was in short supply. After this embarrassing situation was exposed, Ahan didn't want to suffer a loss or fall behind and said that if he trusted Leobe again and still couldn't provide enough goods, he would make Leobe look bad. Seeing Leobe acting on his own, Xiofen was not happy, but the matter had been agreed upon. In Xiofen's mumbling, Leobe proposed to use a new synthesis and refining method to make drugs, and wrote a list for Xiofen to buy. Then, after a transition to a plot about Leobe's wife and sister stealing jewelry, the series came to the climax at the end. That is, after Ahan tried the goods, he was occupied by drugs and beat his subordinates to death because of a gossip. After seeing the blood, he had no intention of stopping. This made Leobe and Xiofen feel that doing business with such a neurotic and extremely tyrannical person would always be in danger. The first season ended with Walter White's mouth wide open and in a state of surprise. At this moment, countless viewers watching Breaking Bad in front of their TV said Saul felt a little lost. In fact, the influence of the first season of Breaking Bad did not exceed that of The Walking Dead and Prison Break, but in terms of word of mouth, or in other words, the higher standard of production level, it is the most praised TV series of Firefly so far. Newspaper media and die-hard audiences were all enthusiastic, and they put forward many discussion articles on this drama, and they specifically dug deep into the characters in the drama one by one. But this night, Fox TV, after the technicians got the real-time ratings, they immediately ran to inform the top leaders. How much? Someone asked anxiously. It broke 6.3, with a peak audience of more than 19.5 million and an average audience of 18.8 million, a very low drop. Good. The senior staff was very excited, and the entire TV station staff cheered. You know, after experiencing the amazing gap in the pilot, how could Fox not be happy to be able to make a comeback with word of mouth? Compared to Lyman, they can also better understand what this kind of screening momentum represents. Profits, fame, and basic audience groups are all within reach for Breaking Bad, as long as the reputation does not collapse. After the ratings data for the relevant time period were counted, it was like a hurricane that quickly swept across the American television circle. After all, it is not easy for a show that started off badly to achieve such results at the end, as well as higher and more gorgeous data. Just think about how difficult it is. Under the night sky, it is not so acceptable to many people. Barry Mere got up from the bed and sat alone in the study, concentrating his mind. The news that just notified him really made him irritable, so that he couldn't sleep late at night. For people of his age, sleep is not easy, not to mention being affected, and his heart is hard to calm down. Once upon a time, Lyman was still the director he praised most. He contacted WB to broadcast Prison Break because of his recognition of his production ability. On the day when The Walking Dead was broadcast, he was very happy to learn the ratings. Barry Mere and Lyman had no hatred. Strictly speaking, Warner was cautious about its partners and suppressed them, and there would be no regrets. Because Barry Mere knew that rookies often changed, and which studio had not been glorious. In the distant past, there was Carlock Pictures, and in the near future, there was New Line, and then DreamWorks Firefly was just another one that gained power. Maybe in a few years, when the talent was squandered, the day of rapid collapse would come. A big thing in common among these studios is that they have little ability to resist risks. The failure of a few projects can easily affect the capital chain and then fall into a financial crisis, and people are panicked and their minds are scattered. Too many repetitions and results are staged in Hollywood, and only a few studios are still standing on the top of the mountain and watching the evolution of the situation. Warner has such confidence. But for some reason, Barry Meer suddenly felt that Firefly was a little different. It's not about how profitable it is, but every step is very steady. In the blink of an eye, it has become a trend and has a sense of presence. Sometimes, it is still an eyesore, and it feels unlimited to remove it without spending a lot of effort. Squeezing the resources of theaters, they can still produce hit films with a small part of the theaters. Even TV productions, which are most likely to fail, can achieve such results as the drama about the midlife crisis. Barry Meer knows about this project. To be honest, there is no explosive point. The subject matter is not novel, the scene is not grand, and the actors are not popular. But the audience just likes it. Why? He is a little confused. Or is there some magic of Firefly that can spontaneously attract the audience? Superman Returns failed, and there was no consensus on the production of Batman. Barry Meer picked up the company's preparation project report and looked through it one by one, only to feel that it was not good enough. Do I really have to give in first? He thought to himself. A man made an unhappy call to put pressure on the parent company. This person was Jaden Bryan, the head of HBO. Seeing the good performance of Breaking Bad and thinking about the good reputation of the sequel, as well as the bonuses of the project that Fox TV station has reaped, Bryan has been obsessed with this matter. Obviously, because of the broadcast of The Walking Dead, HBO and Firefly have established a good relationship foundation, and Bryan often took the initiative to get close to Lyman and deepened the relationship. As a result, because of a cooperation adjustment by the production studio, the two sides have become estranged. Isn't it a disaster for innocent people? If the broadcast rights of the sequel of The Walking Dead had not been signed long ago, Bryan felt that the show would probably have to change its owner, and he believed that Lyman would do so. In fact, after the end of the first season, he didn't care much about this show, and even gave the related income to Gaumont and Emi in exchange for financial and resource support. He didn't often attend the celebration banquets of the main creators of the show. Isn't this attitude obvious? Lyman is not a person who doesn't bear grudges. On the contrary, he is not very tolerant of this, and the higher his position, the harder it is to let go. After carefully examining the data of the night, he was really jealous of the stable ratings that did not fluctuate much from beginning to end. If Breaking Bad was broadcast on HBO, how many stable paying users would it bring? Subscriptions are the lifeblood of HBO, and also the authors. Moreover, since the past is over, a new page must be opened. He called in the hope of adjusting his attitude towards Firefly and showing his intention to win it over. Chapter 674 Fox. Subscribe, vote. Fox TV has reason to be happy. If Breaking Bad had been put on the list 5 or 6 years ago, it would not have been a big deal, because before 2000, the main means of home entertainment for the public was television or DVD players to watch TV and videotapes. Without many choices, 30 million viewers were not uncommon. For example, Friends often had more than 40 million viewers, covering a wide age range, so it was called the national comedy. But now, TV stations are not doing well. The new generation of young viewers have gradually abandoned TV dramas, and the quality of general dramas may only be maintained at a level of 8 or 9 million viewers, and the better ones may be more than 13 million. In short, 30 million has gone from a passing line for a hit drama to a ceiling that is not easily reached. As for Breaking Bad, the first season ended with less than 20 million real-time maximum viewers, but the starting point of the series was low. Not to mention, the low audience retention rate makes people more hopeful about its performance in the second season. To put it in a lower level, close to 20 million is pretty good. To put it in a higher level, if the second season continues to rise and can maintain this audience retention rate, wouldn't it be a phenomenal American TV series with high reputation and high ratings? This expectation for the future is what Fox values most, because the series has already shown this potential. As the most critical person to cause all this, Lyman was awakened by the tireless ringing of the phone early in the morning. When he looked at the time, it was not yet 7 o'clock. Soon after getting up, more calls came in impatiently. Lemon spent the whole morning answering calls repeatedly. Among them, the people from Fox first mentioned the ratings of the night when the first season of Breaking Bad ended, and said some decent words. Then they hoped to renew the subsequent broadcast rights immediately, and let Firefly make it well. They could discuss anything with Fox. In short, renewal is their main purpose, and everything else is empty. Because the formal terms signed by both parties after the trial broadcast only stated that the copyrights would be purchased first, and no renewal was required. If the series failed, Fox would have to have a way to return the products. Therefore, they now attach great importance to the follow-up contact and negotiation work, and repeatedly told them that they could discuss it before hanging up the phone. Then, Joseph called, mainly about the Breaking Bad project. Last night, he got the news and didn't sleep all night, thinking about how the company could make a profit and expand its influence. If it wasn't too late, I guess he wanted to have a good talk with Lemon. The third one was Ryan, and then other TV stations came to invite the series. Of course, this is not uncommon. Seeing that the series is good, it is reasonable for the TV station to treat the good content suppliers better. In the environment of separation of production and broadcasting, the life of TV series producers is quite easy. Unlike the complicated environment of theaters, TV stations, especially those who have formed a complete distribution network, have a more urgent demand for content than theaters. Good dramas mean that they can attract more advertisers and high profits. If the drama is not good, it will usually be cut. Waking up for no reason, Lyman found that he was in the spotlight again. But in this matter, he knew who was the hero behind the scenes. So, the first thing he did, when he made the phone call, was to invite Vince Gilligan. After the ratings of the series increased, Vince was more eager to film the series. He was really happy, because he knew he was going to succeed. This was indeed the case. Soon, the big boss of the company made an appointment with him in the mansion where he lived. Both of them knew what this closeness meant. But Vince still enjoyed it very much. Before this, no one would pay so much attention to him. Or rather, it felt very good to be valued. The noise of the TV circle had not yet dissipated. Lyman and Vince Gilligan sat in the small courtyard, drinking coffee and talking about life. Oh no, talking about the future. Seeing Lyman talking to him with a smile, Vince's heart couldn't help but beat fast. In a daze, Vince didn't know what he was saying, but just kept agreeing with him. The first season has laid the foundation, and we need to maintain this creative attitude in the future. A good drama is the result of polish, so don't lose your mind because of the results. Yes, in my opinion, you are talented. If you want to stand higher and sit more firmly in the future, you should think more and be more proactive in doing things. As the producer, director and screenwriter of the series, you have a heavy burden. Your contribution will be determined by how much the subsequent results improve. I hope you can get better and better. Yeah. Vince, from today on, are you willing to take over the business of the Firefly TV department in the form of a studio? Make good dramas with heart, and Firefly will take care of the rest. Vince Gilligan came back to his senses and swallowed secretly. He said, I'm afraid I can't do that well. Haha. Lemon chuckled and tapped the table. I like you, because you have made achievements, and they are very good. Keep up this momentum. What can't you do? I believe in you, but you don't want to believe in yourself? Vince understood and didn't refuse. He said solemnly, I was very grateful that you were willing to give me the opportunity to take charge of this project before today. You are so kind. I really don't know what to say. In short, I must not slack off and work hard. No need to be like this. You are capable and will come to the fore sooner or later. If you work hard, Firefly's not stingy in terms of treatment. Vince smiled bitterly and said, are there not many capable people in this industry? This project means a lot to me. I'm really grateful. Everyone is difficult to get along with, especially those in the film and television industry. In the past 10 years, since he entered the industry, Vince has done the most screenwriting. Do you think he likes writing? No, it's not that there is no chance. Only the screenwriter has the lowest threshold. Even if you are not famous, you can help the big crew and write character dialogues or situational plots. It is barely a job. You know, Vince Gilligan graduated from the Tisch School of the Arts at New York University. He is a formal professional. This school has produced the most Oscar winners, and many teachers are also Oscar judges. You say, can he be willing to help? Of course he is not willing, but what can he do? He is a screenwriter, and has never led any big projects. Who will pay attention to him? This is the difficulty of being unknown. If it weren't for the screenwriter strike in his previous life, Vince would probably have been able to make a name for himself. It was because those veteran screenwriters united to fight for benefits that he got some resource support. At that time, AMC didn't expect to achieve any results. It was just that there were no new dramas to be released, so it would be nice to have something new to make up the numbers. At that time, if the work that was just to make up the numbers had not been able to turn things around by word of mouth, but had always had low ratings and no highlights, Vince Gilligan would have been directly degraded and would never be able to make a breakthrough. Therefore, Vince was really grateful to Lyman. Only after enduring so many days can you know how rare opportunities are. Now, Breaking Bad is relatively successful, which means that he has become famous and people will notice him, so he doesn't have to look for opportunities like a headless fly everywhere, but others will come to him directly. In fact, in the second half of Breaking Bad, many studios sent cooperation invitations, directly asking how much money and resources to give to him to make a movie. However, Vince has never agreed. Who would let go of a hen that lays golden eggs when he already has it in his hands? How has the current situation changed? Of course, continuing to make Breaking Bad well is the most beneficial thing. Perhaps, for Lyman, he still has many choices, but for Vince, consolidating the achievements he has accumulated with great difficulty is the most correct and most important thing. Even if Lyman didn't show his kindness, Vince would have made the decision to join Firefly. Of course, in this way, their friendship would be shallow, and Lyman's actions undoubtedly made Vince more satisfied. These so-called standards constitute many ways of dealing with people. It's like, for a hungry and poor person, if someone gives him a meal and helps him find a job, he will be grateful, but if he doesn't care about others and always takes others' work for granted, how can he stay for a long time? It's the 21st century, and the mindset has changed. If Firefly doesn't give some benefits and respect, it's a miracle that it can retain talents. Chapter 675 New Treatment. 4th update. Please subscribe. There is a joke that goes, I don't remember it clearly, but it goes something like this. The boss talks to you about ideals, and you talk to the boss about salary. If the boss says that ideals are more important than salary, then he is definitely trying to cheat you. So, don't think that Vince's words are good. Maybe he is sincere. But what Lyman talked about next was still the salary. No empty talk, just the real deal. If someone has achievements and abilities, then he should be given the salary. A friendly attitude is just a condiment, not a necessity. Based on Vince's performance in controlling the project in the first season, it should be increased. Then, Lyman proposed that Vince Gilligan continue to be responsible for the production of the Breaking Bad project. His main positions are still producer, director and screenwriter. It all depends on his ideas. He controls the overall situation of the project. Except for the financial expenditures that are checked by Firefly, the rest is basically up to him. This trust is very good. Vince was terrified, but he was grateful and satisfied in his heart. Then, Lyman generously pushed the project terms that he had prepared long ago to Vince Gilligan. The main thing is to determine the standard of treatment. First, due to the success of the first season, Firefly took out $2 million from the more than $18 million in advertising revenue as an incentive for the entire behind-the-scenes team, and Vince could get $900,000 based on his contribution. Second, for the work in the second season, Vince's salary for each episode increased to $250,000, and the positions of screenwriter and producer added up to about $5.3 million. Third, this is just the basic salary, and there is also an incentive clause that fluctuates based on big data such as ratings, word of mouth, and retention rate, which is roughly a 10% to 30% year-on-year increase. That is, a cap of $1.6 million. Fourth, Vince's studio can participate in the project revenue with a 20% share, but it does not involve advertising revenue sharing. In other words, Vince can get 20% of the project bonus in the form of a studio from the profit of the second season's broadcast copyright after deducting expenses, and there is room for upward movement. Looking at the entire contract, as long as Vince guarantees the ratings of the sequel to Breaking Bad, it is conservatively estimated that he can earn $10 million. This treatment is really not low, and other TV stations may not have such a generous hand as Lemon. Of course, this is also Vince's price. A big business worth hundreds of millions. Lemon felt it was appropriate to give so many. A little higher, but not too high. Then, everyone was happy, and it was a very easy thing. Vince didn't want to refuse this treatment at all. He hesitated and showed his gratitude, and then it was confirmed. Lemon was also very satisfied with this. This kind of talent who can write and direct, and has good production and crew control capabilities, at least there is no need to worry about him being at a disadvantage. Being able to create benefits and share profits is nothing. After signing the terms, Vince said, "With such trust, I will not let you down." The words were said very seriously. Even though Lemon was very rational, he almost showed his emotions. "Thank you for your trouble." After Vince left, Lemon ran to discuss with Joseph again, and asked him to contact Fox first. In this way, it would be easier to negotiate. If Lemon did not show up, there would be a chance to save everything. Even if the talks broke down, it would not hurt the friendship between the two parties. After all, Joseph was the executive of Firefly. What's wrong with fighting for the interests of his own company? Joseph was also a shrewd man, and was very familiar with negotiations. After meeting with the manager of Fox TV, they tried to make friends with each other, and said some polite words. They wished that the two families could become one, and become one family. But in fact, both of them were thinking about how to lower/raise the price in their hearts, and they were not affected at all. Sure enough, the manager of Fox said, if the subsequent broadcasting rights are not determined, it will be easy to cause changes if the minds are not on the same page. I hope to make a decision as soon as possible. I think the cooperation between Fox and you is still very pleasant. The words were well reasoned and righteous, and he seemed to be thinking about the project, but it was a pity that he avoided talking about practical benefits. Joseph smiled and nodded from time to time, as if you were right, but he said politely, it will take some time. I can't decide on this matter alone. Otherwise, wait a few days until we think it over. No matter what, if you don't talk about something practical, we will play take eye and insist that the boss is busy and can't spare the time. Not everyone can agree. The manager of Fox had seen all kinds of tricks, so how could he not know what Joseph was planning? Besides, there were countless senior executives at Fox who were watching this matter. It would be a great achievement to get Breaking Bad with more favorable terms, and he certainly didn't want to drag it out. If the project changes, and a good thing turns into a bad thing, wouldn't it be embarrassing? But no matter how anxious you are, the worst thing to do at the negotiation table is to show your cards too quickly. So he asked in a gentle tone, so, when is Mr. Last free? You are not qualified. Ask your boss to come out. Joseph was despised by him, but he was not angry. Instead, he replied seriously, he is discussing the shooting ideas of the second season with the main creators of the crew to control the quality of the series. So he is not free for the time being. If you want to see him, wait. This time can be 1 day or 1 week. You can wait and see if you can bear it. The manager was helpless and let out a little hint. We had discussed this before I came. This trip is definitely to continue the cooperation with sincerity. Fox is willing to increase the broadcast rights of the series to $2.9 million per episode year on year. How about it? The broadcast transfer is nearly doubled, and it's not a done deal yet, so we can always sit down and talk. But Joseph's task was to drag it out and put pressure on him, so he didn't give in. The Fox manager was a bachelor, and seeing that there was really no intention to talk, he casually found an excuse to make an appointment next time and went back. After returning, he told the senior executives that Firefly was going to raise the price. While looking for a countermeasure, the big boss Rupert Murdoch stood up and called to invite him personally. This time, Lemon couldn't not show up, otherwise it would be really disrespectful, so he had to make an appointment to meet and talk at a private club in Hollywood tomorrow afternoon. On the other hand, Disney was also troubled by the negotiations. Here's the thing. Pirates of the Caribbean: Dead Man's Chest was released on July 7th, Friday. In the first weekend of its release, it grossed over $130 million in North America, becoming the fastest film to break the $100 million yuan mark after its release. It was faster than the record time of Spider-Man in 2002, which took several hours and 1 or 2 screenings. Disney is not stupid. Seeing such outstanding market appeal, it quickly decided to make the third film. And for a sequel, of course, the original cast must be guaranteed to appear in order to give the audience the highest expectations. However, the salary ratio of the main actors is extremely abnormal. In other words, in the real-time survey of the audience, most people like Captain Depp, who is full of personality, the most. Naturally, Johnny Depp, who has more roles and is more prominent, can get more pay. In the first film, the blacksmith played by Orlando Bloom could have competed with the captain's role. After all, the tone set at the beginning of this work was that there were 2 protagonists. However, the elf prince's muscle show and face selling were useless. The audience voted with their feet and reduced his role more and more. Not to mention the protagonist, even the supporting actor's role was a bit suspenseful. Who can accept such a gap? And Keira Knightley, the heroine of a big movie, has a salary dozens of times lower than that of the leading actor, and she has no idea. Not to mention that Johnny Depp's agent is not a vegetarian. Seeing that his client has encountered a big project and the audience has a good impression, plus the acting is really good, of course he is also confident to talk about it. Even in the second film, Depp conservatively estimated that he could get more than $20 million from Dead Man's Chest, but it should be increased. Therefore, Disney's senior executives are also in a big head. A group of people staged a noisy drama. The 8 immortals crossed the sea and raised prices in various ways. Highlight a fearless person. The reason why they dared to do this, of course, was the bitter fruit that Disney had sown in the beginning. At the beginning, Disney's idea of shooting this film was very simple, which was to use the movie of the same name to promote the pirate theme of its own amusement park, and it never thought about whether it would be a hit. If they knew in advance, they would definitely ask the actors to sign long-term contracts. Unlike now, each one is very cunning. If they don't want to sign more, their price will be recalculated for each film, which Disney can't afford. Moreover, although Pirates of the Caribbean made a lot of profit, the production budget also soared. The first one was $140 million, and the second one soared to $225 million. If it weren't for the high income of their own amusement park, they would probably back off. 10,000 words a day, it's really hard to write. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.